475. After laughing, Chen Pinggan clasped his hands and said, "Mr. Hong, we meet again." The old man was as spirited as before. As a cultivator, a few years passed in the blink of an eye. His appearance did not deteriorate significantly. Seeing the green-robed swordsman who took off his bamboo hat, the old man named Hong Yangbo became more and more puzzled. The business of Qingfu Square was unique in the immortal ferry of Earth Dragon Mountain. It was normal for people to come and go. However, most of the immortal money was on the first floor. Few customers went up to the second floor, and even fewer sat down to do business. If the old man had dealt with a distinguished customer, he should have remembered him. However, looking at the young man in a ranger costume in front of him, he found him unfamiliar. Why did he not see him? But the visitor was a guest, and he called him Mr. Hong. Hong Yangbo sat down and clasped his hands to return the greeting. Then he gestured for himself to sit down and asked with a smile, "Do you want to buy or sell?" Chen Pinggan moved an antique red chair and sat down. This was supposed to be the work of the women who led the way in Qingfu Square. Of course, they did not work for nothing. After the business was done, they would get a commission. Especially if the customer became a frequent customer, Qingfu Square would get another reward. Chen Pinggan remembered that the woman was called Kuiying. However, this time, Chen Pinggan did not intend to buy or sell anything. Otherwise, he would have asked if Kuiying was here. It was fate that brought them together. Moreover, looking back, the business that year, the three of them and Qingfu Square were all happy. It was a happy beginning. This was a kind of friendship. Cultivators all believed in these things. When Chen Pinggan was about to sit down, he wanted to close the door. The old man waved his hand and said, "No need to close the door." Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment, but still followed the old man's order. He sat back and said with a smile, "I came to the ferry of Earth Dragon Mountain this time to see Mr. Hong. Old mister, you might not remember, but back then, me, a bearded man, and a young Daoist priest sold a few things in old mister's shop." The old man patted the table and said with a smile, "I remember. You sold me that pair of bamboo chopsticks. Good guys, you have fulfilled a wish of mine in the early years. I played with it when I was free. Touching that pair of chopsticks was like touching the hair of Lady Bamboo of Green Immortal Mountain." The old man did not continue. He probably felt that he was too formal. Zhong Shanfeng sold a pair of Green Immortal Mountain bamboo chopsticks here and gave the old man a high price. Because it was the old man's favorite. Soon, a woman dressed in a colorful palace brocade dress came slowly from the corridor covered in colorful lichen. She handed a cup of hot tea to the two of them. The woman with a graceful figure left the room, but she didn't go far. She waited at the door. The old man was a veteran of Qingfu Square. He had spent half his life here. If he met a customer he did not like, he would not be nice. It was up to him whether he wanted to buy or sell. But if he liked someone, he would be open-minded and warm. Otherwise, he would not have chatted until the end and made a small bet with Xu Yuanxia. The old man smiled and asked, "Where is that bearded man with unique eyesight? Why isn't he here? Back then, I lost the bet. When I bought your ancient Yu Kingdom's 5 Mountains bowl, I caused Qingfu Workshop to lose some money. However, this is not important. It is inevitable that there will be profits and losses in business. Moreover, I am skilled in appraising bronzes, calligraphy and paintings, and fine wood. It is not surprising that I occasionally make mistakes in my miscellaneous work. But I owe that man a drink. I can't always owe him. What is a boss? I don't like to owe people. It is more or less a small concern. Why don't I invite you to a good place outside Qingfu Square for a drink? Just treat it as returning the favor." Chen Pinggan shook his head and smiled. "This wine, I will wait for my friend to ask for it from you in the future." The old man was a little helpless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "The last time you were in this shop, you were only selling some pretty goods that I am not usually willing to show to others. Do you want to have a look? You don't have to buy them. I am not that kind of person. It is just that it is rare to meet an acquaintance who is willing to deal with me. I took them out to show off and let my treasures breathe. It is not like I am hiding a mistress in a golden house. Without waiting for Chen Pinggan to say anything, the old man had already stood up and started rummaging around. Soon, he placed 3 brocade boxes of different sizes on the table. The old man carefully opened them. They were a piece of imperial pine smoke ink, a clay figurine, and a cursive calligraphy book. The old man's face was full of pride. These 3 items are also rare items on the 2nd floor of Qingfu Square. They are full of spiritual energy. Not to mention the clay figurine, the other 2 items have a strong literary aura. Even if you give them to the Confucian scholars of Lakeview Academy, you don't have to feel that they are light gifts, let alone the officials and nobles of the secular dynasties who know they're good. The old man pointed at the pine smoky ink and said, "This pine smoky ink made by the Holy Water Country is not only taken from a 1,000-year-old pine, but also has a great origin. It was conferred Mr. General Dongmu by the imperial court. The ancient pine is also known as undrunk pine. There was a story that a great writer got drunk in the forest and met someone blocking his way. He pushed the pine with his hand and said that he was not drunk. Unfortunately, the ancient pine was destroyed after the Holy Water Country was destroyed. Therefore, this pine smoky ink is very likely to be the only one left in the world." The old man pointed at the clay figurine with burning eyes. "I bought this from a destitute wild cultivator in my early years. It was a great bargain. At that time, I only spent 200 snowflakes. After being appraised by a senior on the 3rd floor, I found out that this clay figurine used to be a set. There were a total of 12 of them. They were made by a stunning immortal of the upper 5 realms in the White Emperor city of the Central Plains. Later generations called them the 12 beautiful celestial figurines. The beauty of the cursive is that it is a small and exquisite instrument. Only by triggering the mechanism can one see its true appearance. It is a pity that I have yet to figure out a way to crack it, so I can't completely verify the identity of the clay figurine. Otherwise, this item would be the most valuable item in the entire Qingfu Square. You have to know that it is the most difficult to obtain a complete collection in the world. Therefore, it is also the most desirable to obtain a complete collection." In the end, the old man pointed at the copybook and said regretfully, "Compared to the previous 2 items, this item is not worth much. It is the calligraphy of a local sword immortal in the Jiyushu country before he cultivated. Although it is a copy, it is almost as good as the original. It is called Shizai calligraphy. The first sentence of the calligraphy is Shizai calligraphy. The calligraphy of this calligraphy is very wonderful and the content is excellent. Unfortunately, it was not well preserved in the early years. Much of its spiritual qi has been lost. It is like a hero in his twilight years. It is true that it is a pity." Chen Pinggan was not very interested in the Shishui country's pine smoke ink and the hedgerow clay female figurine. He did not care much about them. However, when he looked at the last copy of the calligraphy carefully, he realized that Chen Pinggan had always been very passionate about writing or calligraphy. However, his own writing was similar to playing chess. It did not have any spiritual qi. It was very rigid and rigid. However, even if his writing was not good, Chen Pinggan still had a good eye for other people's writing. This was all thanks to the seal script of Mr. Chi's tripartite seal. Kui Dongshan had written many copybooks casually. He had also bought an ancient seal book during his travels. After that, he had spent 300 years in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and had seen many calligraphy treasures written by famous calligraphers. Although they were only fleeting glances, the general meaning was deeply etched in Chen Pinggan's mind. Therefore, Chen Pinggan, who did not plan to spend any money in Qingfu Workshop, was a little tempted. Anyway, according to Mr. Hong's tone, the pine smoke ink and the hedgerow clay female figurine were full of spiritual qi. They were definitely not cheap. Only this copybook should not be too expensive. Chen Pinggan asked for the price. The old man stretched out his hand and shook it. 5 small coins. That was the price of the pair of bamboo chopsticks from the Green Immortal Mountain. Chen Pinggan shook his head. "I can't afford it." It was not that he did not like it, but he did not want to spend 5 small coins. In the secular world, it was 500,000 taels of silver. In the past, when he was in the county government of Meili Country, He bought a large stack of calligraphy copybooks from the crazy drunkard county magistrate. It was only 5 pots of immortal wine. At most, it was not even 1 small coin. When it came to business, the worst thing was to compare the goods. If he did not have the experience of drinking wine with the down-and-out county magistrate, Chen Pinggan might have been like the old man who had encountered the bamboo chopsticks. He would have gritted his teeth and bought it. The old man did not force him. He knew that the other party was troubled by the price. No matter what, the swordsman with a sword on his back really liked this piece of calligraphy. It was not a waste for him to take out the copybook. At this moment, the woman in colorful clothes outside the door said softly, "Mr. Hong, why don't you take out the most valuable item in this house?" The old man laughed angrily. "Chinksai, you did not bring him here. Even if I sell something in this house, it has nothing to do with you. Why are you making such a fuss?" The woman obviously had a good relationship with the old man. She joked, "It's good to take advantage of the guest and see more treasures." She smiled at Chen Pinggan and said, "Young master, since you've come to this house, you must see Mr. Hong's most valuable item. It would be a waste if you don't." Chen Pinggan did not have such an intention, but Hong Yangbua smiled and pointed at him. "You're siding with an outsider. Hurry up and find a man to marry, so that you don't have anything better to do every day and cheat us old men in Qing Fu Fang. All right, since we've seen 3 good things, 1 more won't make a difference." The old man finally took out a squarish brocade box wrapped in golden silk. After opening it, a cold air immediately rushed out. However, there was no sense of evil. It was as upright as the snow in the middle of winter. Chen Pinggan took a closer look. There were 4 Taoist masters' ghost-slaying scrolls inside. They were exactly the same. The old man turned over the 4 scrolls one by one. He smiled and said, "They are the God of Thunder, the Mother of Lightning, the Master of Rain, and the Lord of Fire. This is a set of rare magic weapons that can be used to win by spending money. It's beautiful and useful. Once, there was a member of the royal family of the Zhuiying dynasty who wanted to buy it. However, the price was slightly lower than what I expected. It was not that I could sell it, but that guy was too arrogant. When he saw my most valuable item, even though he was secretly delighted, he pretended to be calm and pretended to be hypocritical. I was annoyed just by looking at him. It's fine if he showed off his little tricks in the marketplace, but he made a fool of himself in front of me. He really lost the face of the Zhuiying dynasty. Hence, he found an excuse and refused to sell it." The old man smiled and said, "Even if you don't buy it, you can still use it. It's not some ordinary porcelain. It won't be damaged." Chen Pinggan picked up one of the scrolls and looked at both sides carefully. After looking away, he asked, "How much is it?" The old man said, "A set of 4 scrolls. They're not sold separately." The old man still raised one of his hands and shook it. Of course, it was not the 5 scrolls, but the Guyu scrolls. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "Is there no room for discussion?" The old man shook his head, "I will not bargain. Otherwise, I will not be worthy of this precious set of scrolls that was passed down from the pure jade continent." Chen Pinggan asked, "That year, that member of the royal family of the Zhuiying dynasty, did he bargain down to 4 scrolls?" The old man smiled and nodded. Chen Pinggan said with a bitter face, "Then it seems like I'm no different from him. He also wanted to bargain down to 4 scrolls. He loved it so much that he wanted to keep it in one go. Money is dead, but people are alive." After Chen Pinggan gave the scrolls to Wei Pai, before going down the mountain, he asked Wei Pai to take out 2 sums of Guyu scrolls. One was 5 scrolls. Chen Pinggan carried it with him. He wanted to go down the mountain and travel. 5 scrolls should be enough to deal with some unexpected situations. As for the other sum, he asked someone to send it to the Bookslip Lake. He gave it to Ji Kan to prepare 2 grand ritual ceremonies and the water and land Dao field. If he really encountered something like the 5-color golden chamber stove in the Qingyang Palace's Lu Yong's hands, it would easily cost 50 scrolls. As long as it did not involve the foundation of the Dao, Chen Pinggan would not be fated with him. After all, he was spending money now. Except for the 2 shops in the dragon riding alley that earned a few dozen silvers a month, all the other mountains did not have a single scrolls. He really could not just spend money and not earn money. The old man laughed heartily and said, "It's still a little different. This old man finds you much more pleasing to the eye. You can just bargain as much as you want. In any case, this old man will not agree." In an instant, Chen Pinggan had a tacit understanding. He asked tentatively, "May I ask how much Qingfu Square pays Mr. Hong every year?" The people of Longquan County's Oxhorn Mountains bundle shop had left, but the buildings and shops that cost a lot of money to build were still there. Moreover, as Oxhorn Mountain had an immortal ferry, there was only one shop. It was indeed suitable for business. The woman at the door covered her mouth and laughed, but there was still laughter. From this, it could be seen how funny Chen Pinggan's question was. If he bought those 4 scrolls, it would be fine. But if he couldn't afford it, he still dared to poach Earth Dragon Mountain's Qingfu Square? Did he know that Qingfu Square was the local snake of Earth Dragon Mountain's immortal ferry? It had been passed down for more than 10 generations. Bundle Shop had once run into a wall here, but in the end, they did not choose a location to open a shop. Hong Yang Bo was also amused. He waved his hand, "Don't mention this matter." The old man was about to put away the spirit artifact brocade box that was wrapped in golden threads to cover the cold air. Unexpectedly, Chen Pinggan flipped his wrist and placed 5 rain coins on the table. "Mr. Hong, I'll buy them." The old man said in surprise, "You really want to buy them? You won't regret it. Once you leave Qingfu Square, the money and goods are cleared. You can't return them." Chen Pinggan nodded. The old man stretched out a palm. His finger just happened to touch one of the rain coins. He released it as soon as he touched it. It was indeed genuine rain coins from the mountain. Spiritual qi was abundant and flowed in an orderly manner. It could not be faked. The old man asked again, "Are you sure?" Chen Pinggan glanced at the remaining 3 boxes that had not been put away. He asked with a smile, "Can I add something to it?" The woman at the door could not help but snicker. She hurriedly turned her head. The old man said half-truthfully, "If you help me return that wine, then you can. How about it?" Chen Pinggan shook his head, "That won't do. Business is business." The old man shook his head, "Then forget it. Business is business. It's a fair price. There's no prize." "Okay, no prize then. A small stream flows a long stream. We'll talk about it later." Chen Pinggan moved slightly. His back blocked the line of sight at the door. He put the silk brocade box close to him. In the end, the old man personally sent Chen Pinggan to the door. It was not that he could not send him to the door on the first floor of Qingfu Square, but it was taboo. It was easy to provoke unnecessary speculation and snooping. The old man suddenly asked, "If you agreed to drink wine before, which item would you choose as the prize?" "Shi Zai Tai." Chen Pinggan shook his head, "It's the hedgerow clay figurine." The old man smiled, "You have good taste, but it's not the best. The most valuable item is actually the pine smoke ink made by the Holy Water Country. The market price is 9 small rain coins. According to this calculation, as long as you agreed to drink wine, you would have spent money on a set of magic weapons. Let's take it that I bargained for 4 small rain coins. At most, I can earn half a grain of rain coins. Now, it's 1.5 grain of rain coins. Even if I deduct the commission of Qingfu Square, I won't have to worry about drinking wine for the rest of my life." Chen Pinggan smiled, "Then the next time my friend comes to Qingfu Square, Mr. Hong, remember to treat him to a good drink. The most expensive one." The old man nodded, "Of course." After Chen Pinggan crossed the threshold, he told the woman that he did not need to send him off. Then he clasped his hands and said goodbye, "Mr. Hong, see you later." The old man nodded, "Forgive me for not seeing you off. I hope we can do business often." Chen Pinggan went downstairs and left. He led the horse slowly on the street outside Qingfu Square. He spent money to buy that set because he wanted to give it to Zhong Kuei of Taiping Mountain. Making money could not be rushed. Chen Pinggan could not be blamed. However, Chen Pinggan quickly turned his head and saw the woman in the colorful dress walking quickly towards him. She was hugging a brocade box. After Chen Pinggan stopped, the woman by the name of Qing Cai handed the brocade box to him. she said with a smile. In the end, old Mr. Hong still feels sorry and reluctantly parted with his beloved clay figurine as a gift to Gongzi. You don't know, but when I took the box, I had to struggle for a long time before I could get it out of Mr. Hong's hands. Chen Pinggan smiled and said that he was embarrassed. However, his hands were not careless at all. In the end, the woman did not let go immediately. Chen Pinggan gently tugged and finally got it. The woman looked at the back of the figure and raised her hands. Her hands were empty. She smiled and shook her head. When she returned to Qingfu Square, the few women on the first floor saw her and lowered their heads. When she reached the second floor outside Hong Yangbo's house, the old man stood respectfully at the door. He smiled bitterly. Boss, when I saw you personally serving tea, I was shocked. The woman smiled faintly. After that, when the customer wanted to poach you, you were even more shocked, right? The old man smiled bitterly. The woman walked into the house. She bent down and extended a finger. She teased the little green-clothed people standing on the branches of the ancient cypress tree. Hong Yangbo stood at the side and asked, "Why did boss want me to give away that clay figurine?" The woman teased the little green-clothed people. "This person is most likely the young sword immortal that appeared at Swordwater Manor." The old man had a face of disbelief. That can't be right. Even if he could take out 5 grains of grain rain money and buy that set of slaying ghosts back money, I saw this person that year. At that time, he was at most a martial artist of the third realm. The woman said indifferently, "Aquarius continent is so big. Is there only one martial mountains Ma Ku Xian?" The old man was still skeptical. He did not think that the young man was the green-clothed sword immortal that defeated Songshi country's Su Lang. The woman suddenly said, "Don't forget, I am also a sword immortal." The old man smiled. "Boss is a genius. When you were young, you obtained the prophecy of Earth Immortal Sword Immortal. The art of merchants is just a small trick." The woman straightened up and clapped her hands. "Just now, when this person went up to the second floor of Qingfu Workshop, I happened to be wiping my ancient sword in the cold chi room on the third floor. My sword heart was slightly unstable. Although it was fleeting, it was definitely real." The woman casually opened a brocade box on the table. She spread out the cursive script. Her finger traced the ink. She said slowly, "I guess that person already knew that I was not a servant of Qingfu Workshop. That is why he did not bother to hide the fact that he was carrying something close to him. Not only that, when we parted on the street, I purposely looked at the sword on his back. At that time, he..." The woman raised her head and put her hands behind her back. "How should I put it? At that moment, he must have been like a clay Buddha on a shrine. For such a person, Qingfu Workshop gave a clay figurine that was worth a few coins. What was that? If he was willing to accept it and accept my favor, Qingfu Workshop should be thanking him." At this point, the woman stretched out a finger and gently drew it from top to bottom. She thought that the person treated her and Hong Yangbo as if they were two different people. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Didn't he almost miss out on a great fortune at that time? Why did he have to make things difficult for the other party to drink with him? The woman suddenly asked, "Do you think that person did not agree to drink with you because he was a sword immortal and disdained to drink with you, Hong Yangbo? Or did he really want his friend to drink with you personally?" The old man said without hesitation, "Of course it is the former." The woman smiled. "Qingfu Workshop will not take the commission for the Ghost Slayer set today. Hong Yangbo, next time when you invite someone to drink, treat them to the most expensive." "Yes, the most expensive one." The old man beamed. "That's good." Chen Pinggan led his horse and walked. After paying the bill, he still needed an hour, so he patiently waited for the ferry to depart. Looking up, one ferry after another was moving up and down. It was extremely busy. The ferry seemed to be even more profitable than before. If Oxhorn Mountain could be even half as busy in the future, they would be able to earn a lot of money. Whether it was gold or silver in the world, or the money of immortals, they were afraid that they would not move. Money, since ancient times, likes to move and does not like to be quiet. This was a sentence that Kui Dongshan had said in the past. He did not feel anything when he heard it, but now, Chen Pinggan had a lingering aftertaste. Kui Dongshan left the letter, met his grandfather Kui Cheng, and left Luo Po Mountain. There was no news, like a clay ox entering the sea. Other than the flattering words in the letter, it could be ignored, but it also talked about 3 important matters. One of them was about the situation of the Aquarius continent, which involved the matter of refining the new mountain range 5-colored soil as his natal item. Another was about Li Shixing and the Li family of Fortune Street. Kui Dongshan hoped that Chen Pinggan would continue to care for Little Treasure Bottle, and would not feel that he owed the Li family too much. It would be best for both parties to maintain a nodding acquaintance, and not add any more flowers to the brocade. The last matter did not have any head or tail, it was just a brushstroke, and only told Mr. to wait a little longer. But Chen Pinggan knew what Kui Dongshan was talking about. It was the matter of his natal porcelain. Chen Pinggan's thoughts drifted far away. At the end of autumn, sorrowful winds surrounded the trees, and the world was bleak. Suddenly, someone walked quickly from behind, and almost bumped into Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan moved away without leaving a trace. The other party seemed to be caught off guard, and after a pause, he walked forward quickly, and did not look back. Chen Pinggan did not pursue the matter. It must be that after leaving Qing Fu Fang, he gave the lady a brocade box in front of everyone, and attracted the covetous eyes of others. Wild cultivators seeking wealth did not care about the morals of the Jianghu. In the mountains to the south of Bookslip Lake, Chen Pinggan killed more evil cultivators and ghost cultivators in the middle 5 realms than he could count with 2 hands. In the end, he even exchanged injuries with a wild cultivator of Jindan realm who did not have any deadly enmity with him. After that, both sides lived in peace. Chen Pinggan did not come to seek revenge, and the other party did not refuse to let him go. Relying on the geographical advantage, they did not create any encirclement and hunt. Chen Pinggan turned his head and saw a boy and a girl. Their faces were sallow and thin, and they were short. They were timid and stood not far away. They looked up at Chen Pinggan who was leading the horse, and their eyes were filled with hope. The 2 children each held an open wooden box in their hands, peddling some small mountain objects such as porcelain vases, small bronze statues and pictures. They did not have much spiritual qi, but in fact, they were used by rich people as miscellaneous supplies. It was not bad. Most of them were 1 or 2 pieces of snow, but compared with the price of the shops in the market, they were quite expensive. This was probably the smallest bag shop in the world. However, most of these children were backed by local forces, and the children mostly wanted to eat and wear. Chen Pinggan very carefully selected several small things, and after some haggling, in the end he used 12 snowflakes to buy 3 small things. One was a forever blessed Tildang inkstone, one was a pair of old yellow and frozen old seals, the vermilion color was more pleasing, and one was a lustrous and translucent red shallow bowl. He planned to give it to Pei Qian when he returned to Luopa Mountain. Anyway, this girl did not care much about the price of an object. She only wanted more. Chen Pinggan took out the snow from his sleeve and put the 3 things into his sleeve. After the 2 children thanked him, they turned around and ran away. They were probably afraid that this spendthrift would go back on his word. Their footsteps were light and joyful. When they were far away, they slowed down and whispered to each other. Looking at the 2 children's young faces in the distance, they were full of hope. Chen Pinggan smiled knowingly. When he was in Lizhu Cave Heaven, he could get 1 more copper coin from Zheng Dafeng for every extra trip he made and sent out a letter. Presumably, at that time, his footsteps on Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley would only be more hurried than these 2 children. Looking at the sky, Chen Pinggan went to the wine shop near the ferry and asked for a pot of dragon tendon wine. He did not go into the house, but sat by the roadside. Compared to the Osmanthus wine in Old Dragon City and the Wuti wine in Booklake, it was much inferior. Of course, the price was also low. It was said that the water used to make the wine came from a famous spring on the mountainside of Earth Dragon Mountain. The spiritual energy of the entire Earth Dragon Mountain was said to be the dragon tendon cut off by a great sword immortal after the real dragon appeared on the underground dragon path. After it merged with the mountain, the spiritual energy of the mountain surged like a spring. Chen Pinggan drank the wine. It was rare for him to be so leisurely. This time, when he went to the south to visit the old places, he was actually in a hurry. He also counted the days of his return. In fact, he rarely had such a leisurely state of mind. Even though the horse was not bound by the reins, it still stayed where it was obediently. Occasionally, it raised its hooves and gently tapped on the stone floor. Chen Pinggan had been paying attention and would not give it any chance to cause trouble. He took it to Luopa Mountain so that it could accompany the horse that he named Chu Huang. Other than the cultivators, the passers-by at the ferry were usually rich and noble. Chen Pinggan drank the wine and silently watched their words and actions. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and his gaze flashed away. Time passed by slowly. Chen Pinggan put down the wine bowl and led the horse to the ferry. After boarding the ferry and settling the horse, Chen Pinggan began to practice the 6-step pile walking in the cabin. He could not lose to Zhao Shuxia, who he had taught the boxing. It seemed that every time he took the ferry, he would practice boxing again and again. Chen Pinggan came to the bow of the ferry in the dead of night and sat on the railing. The full moon was in the sky. The books said that the moon was the brightness of one's hometown, but the books about the vast world did not seem to say that. In another world, above the city wall, looking up, there was a strange scene of 3 moons hanging in the sky. Foreigners only needed to take a glance to remember it for a lifetime. Not far away, a young man and woman in brocade clothes walked over, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Drinking now was not the same as drinking in the early days. He could drink whether he was worried or not, but there was no addiction. It was natural, just like drinking water when he was young. The young couple was thin-skinned. They didn't expect that there would be such a large lantern hanging on the railing in the middle of the night. They had no choice but to take a detour and go to a farther place to express their heartfelt feelings. The man's hand was constantly moving, and the woman blushed. She glanced at the eyesore of the lantern from time to time. Seeing that the man didn't seem to notice, she sighed in relief and let her lover's hand move up and down her body. After all, the two of them were traveling down the mountain this time, and it was rare for them to have a chance to be alone. They had arranged a time early and sneaked out of the house. Chen Pinggan simply lay back, crossed his legs, and held the blade-strengthening gourd with both hands. From the corner of his eyes, Chen Pinggan saw a lonely young man standing in the distance. His looks were average and could not be compared to the man who was rubbing his head against the woman. Chen Pinggan did not look any further. After the disappointed man left, an angry old woman walked out from the deck of the boat. The couple immediately separated. The audacious man took a step back and lowered his head. The shy woman took a step forward and looked directly at the elders of the sect. The old woman reprimanded them fiercely and left with a wave of her sleeves. The woman covered her face and wept. The man comforted her. Chen Pinggan learned from the old woman that this group of immortal cultivators from Songxi country was going to Mount Yunxia to observe the ceremony. There was someone who had just become an earth immortal of the golden core stage. The old woman was the elder of the sect's ancestral hall. In a fit of anger, she forbade the woman from going up the mountain and only allowed her to wait at the foot of Mount Yunxia. In her words, the old woman favored the man. If it were not for the presence of an outsider, the old woman would not have just cursed the woman as a vixen. After the old woman left, the man was good at talking. The woman's tears quickly turned into a smile. The woman's smiling face was like the blue sky after the rain. It was the most infatuated and moving. Chen Pinggan sighed softly. He did not shift his gaze from the beginning to the end. He only looked at the starry sky. After the man and woman returned to their respective rooms, another person came to the railing of the boat. He was in a daze. After secretly complaining to the elders of the sect, he leaned against the railing and stared at the night sky. It was unknown whether he felt guilty or guilty. That person suddenly turned his head. "I advise you not to talk too much." The river of time flowed endlessly. There were many passers-by in life. Chen Pinggan ignored the young immortal master's threat. That person was furious. "Are you deaf?" Chen Pinggan nodded lightly. "Yes, I am deaf." That person was stunned. He said sternly, "Are you looking for death?" Chen Pinggan said slowly, "Are you stupid to talk to a deaf person?" That person was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He took large strides forward. However, he suddenly stopped halfway. Thinking of the teachings of the sect and the rumors in the Jianghu, this young man gave up on being impulsive. However, this way, it would seem that he was too cowardly. The young cultivator was hesitant. He did not know whether to continue provoking or leave. Out of sight, out of mind. Chen Pinggan asked, if you really succeed in breaking up that pair of mandarin ducks, do you think you can win the heart of the beauty? Or do you think it's enough to take a step back and win the beauty's heart? The young cultivator was silent. Chen Pinggan sat up. He turned his head and said with a smile, she's your senior sister, right? Then the man your senior sister likes and the man who likes her don't seem to be good people. Don't you think such a woman is miserable? Or do you think you can wait until one day your senior sister is disappointed and heartbroken? Then you can take advantage of her? After you succeed, you can abandon her as your revenge? The young cultivator clenched his fists. His veins were bulging. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, under the scrutiny of a person's heart, it's really boring. No wonder you cultivators on the mountain often ask yourselves, if it's not crops, it's weeds that grow in your heart. The young cultivator's gaze changed slightly. From his tone, this person is not a cultivator. Then he's just a Jianghu swordsman. Then, he just glanced at that person. In an instant, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. It was extremely strange. The young cultivator left in a hurry. He did not care about his face anymore. After all, after this farewell, they were destined to never meet again. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath. After the book slip lake, the solution that he came up with was still not very useful. At that time, Kui Cheng's words hit the nail on the head. The most terrifying part was that there was no distinction between good and evil in a person's heart. The more terrifying part, in Kui Cheng's words, was that Chen Pinggan's memory was too good. He was too used to scrutinizing the details. The greater the advantage in the past, the greater the pain in the future. It was better to let the water out than to block it. He really had to go to the North Continent as soon as possible. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second to remember, Book Slip House mobile version reading website. 476. Unknowingly, the ferry had already entered the territory of Huangting country with high mountains and deep waters. Chen Pinggan came to the bow to enjoy the scenery. The ferry was very considerate as they purposely lowered the ferry's floating height. Sometimes, the ferry would just brush past the steep peaks, accompanied by flying birds. As a territory split from the land of Jiyu Shu, other than many immortal chroniclers on the big mountains, they would contact various forces to follow various local chronicles and market rumors, pay some money to the local immortals and the imperial court of Huangting country. Then, they would wantonly dig up rivers, force the rivers to change their course, and dry up the riverbed to look for the so-called secret realm of the Dragon Palace. Often, there would be wild cultivators who would try their luck here. The blind old Taoist and his 2 disciples had the same idea in the past, but luck was illusory. Unless the cultivator was rich and had the ability to build connections, then throw a lot of money and cast a wide net, otherwise, it would be difficult to gain anything. The ferry's destination was the Changchun Palace in the north of Dallas capital. It would pass by the Oxhorn Mountain in Longquan County. Chen Pinggan did not plan to disembark there. According to the established route, he wanted to first visit the mansion that belonged to the ghost in wedding dress and visit Jiyu Kan's father. Then, he would follow the familiar route of Xiuhua River, Red Candle Town, Chiduan Mountain, and Tiefu River and return to Luopo Mountain in a sitting posture. Otherwise, riding a horse would be too slow, and he would miss the ferry that crossed the continent to North Continent. As it was impossible for a ferry to land alone for a guest, Chen Pinggan had already informed the ferry to leave the horse at the Oxhorn Mountain. He wanted them to inform the people at the Oxhorn Mountain ferry to send the horse to Luopo Mountain. The steward of the ferry had a difficult expression on his face. After all, just the sight of the ferry flying across the sky above Great Li's territory was enough to make him tremble with fear. He was afraid that if any of the guests accidentally spat out a mouthful of phlegm outside the railing and landed on the mountaintop of Great Li's immortal clan, the cultivators of Great Li would unleash their magical treasures and smash them into pieces, leaving not even their bones behind. Moreover, the Oxhorn Mountain crossing was the penultimate stop on this route and was guarded by a group of Dali cavalrymen. How would they have the guts to deal with those martial artists other than loading and unloading goods? Chen Pingan explained a little more, saying that he had a good relationship with Oxhorn Mountain, and that his mountain was adjacent to the ferry. The matter of a horse would not cause any trouble. The old steward pulled a long face, neither refusing nor agreeing. Later, Chen Pingan secretly stuffed a few snowflakes into the old cultivator's mouth. Only then did the old cultivator reluctantly agree. The real reason was naturally not because he was greedy for the snow, but because this young man was a Dali and he did not dare to offend him too much. Since he owned Luo Po Mountain, he was a local tyrant. This route was a new source of income opened up by the old ancestor of the main family after spending a lot of favors and financial resources. In the future, they would see each other frequently. Taking the risk to help was just a way to get acquainted with him. Specifically, the longer a business was run, the more trivial it was. What if there was a need for favors in some occasion? Fortunately, the young man was tactful. After taking advantage of the situation, he returned the favor. He said that when the ferry stopped in the future, he could visit Luo Po Mountain whenever he was free. His name was Chen Pingan and there was wine and tea on the mountain. Only then did the old steward show a sincere smile. Regardless of whether it was true or false, the young swordsman's words were better than nothing. Many times in business, knowing a name did not actually mean that the person was a friend. If it fell into the ears of others, they would naturally overthink. One day later, the ferry had already entered Dali territory. Chen Pingan overlooked the landscape and greeted the old steward. He directly let the sword Immortal unsheath and jumped over the railing. Stepping on the golden silk thread, he hurriedly drew an arc and fell to the ground. The old manager slapped the railing, and his face was filled with pleasant surprise. When he arrived at Oxhorn Mountain, he had to properly inquire about this Chen Pingan. Who exactly was this Chen Pingan? He actually concealed himself so deeply and left the mountain to travel, and he actually only brought a single horse with him. Which cultivator that walked out of an ordinary immortal's estate didn't have the air of an immortal? Chen Pingan landed on the path that he was already very familiar with. This time, he did not need the Yang Qi light-lighting talisman to lead the way. He directly came to a mountain wall and bent his finger as if he was knocking on a door. He did not use a barrier-breaking talisman to forcibly break in and trespass into the mansion. After doing so, he was coldly mocked by the water god of the embroidered river with a green snake coiled around her arm. She reprimanded him with the laws of Dali Mountain and said that there would be no next time. Although she seemed domineering, in reality, it was Chen Pingan who was being unreasonable. Since that was the case, even if Chen Pingan was not a true sword immortal today, he would still have to knock on the door here if he became one in the future. Ripples burst forth and the mountain wall barrier suddenly opened. Chen Pingan stepped in and his vision suddenly opened up. Chen Pingan frowned and walked slowly. He surveyed his surroundings. The atmosphere here was far better than before. The landscape was stable and the spiritual qi was abundant. These were all good things. Jiyu Kan's father, as the new manor lord, had probably succeeded in repairing the mountain 3 years later. To the gods of the mountains and rivers, this was a solid merit. It would be recorded by the Imperial Court's Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Appointments Meritorious Service Division. However, Jiyu Kan's father did not come out to welcome him today. This did not make sense. Previously, when he returned to Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingan had asked Wei Pai in detail about the Chu clan's residence. The old residence and the new manor lord were respectively under the jurisdiction of Wei Pai, the northern mountain god. Wei Pai knew a lot about it. However, Wei Pai also said that the Bureau of Rights in Dali was specifically responsible for a few hidden lines that the Imperial Court personally implicated. Even Wei Pai only had the right to know but not the right to interfere. The Chu clan's old residence was included in this list. Moreover, it had just been divided at the end of last winter. This was equivalent to taking the northern mountain peak alone. When Chen Pingan signed the contract with the Dali Imperial Court at Mount Biyun, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights had mentioned this matter to Wei Pai and gave him a rough explanation. It was just some pleasantries so that Wei Pai would not think too much. Wei Pai naturally did not object. Wei Pai was not stupid. If he really regarded the northern mountain peak in name as his exclusive property, then even the capital of Dali was his territory. Could Wei Pai really go to Dali's capital and shout? As for the Jiyu clan's Yin master, according to the official statement, Jiyu Dao had been living in seclusion for the past 3 years. He had diligently and earnestly repaired the mountains and rivers. Due to his hard work, the imperial court would soon reward and appoint him. It was said that Wei Pai and Zhu Lian had made a bet regarding Jiyu Dao's appointment. They each wrote their answer on a piece of paper and left it with the girl in pink. Whoever lost would have to treat them to a drink. Wei Pai had asked Chen Pinggan to guess the positions that both parties had written. How could Chen Pinggan guess? Moreover, he had been waiting for him on the 2nd floor. It was a headache. Chen Pinggan regretted it now. Otherwise, he would have been more mentally prepared. Wei Pai also mentioned that after Jiyu Kan's mother moved back to her ancestral home in the small town's Mud Bottle Alley, the first thing she did was look for Jiyu Dao. However, although she had entered the mountains and rivers jurisdiction, the husband and wife, who were separated by life and death, did not meet. Today, it was still the embroidered river god in golden armor. He was waiting for Chen Pinggan at the entrance of the residence. However, compared to the previous time when both parties were at daggers drawn, this time, the expression of this veteran and orthodox water god, who was slightly inferior to Tiefu Jiang and Yang Hua, was much gentler. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and greeted, "Greetings, Lord Water God." The water god of the embroidered river nodded his head in greeting. "Are you looking for Master Jiyu Dao to reminisce about old times, or are you looking for revenge against Madame Chu?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I'm looking for Uncle Jiyu." Since the matter of the book lake had already come to an end, there was no need to be too deliberate. No one was a fool. This loyal water god of the embroidered river had clearly received the secret instructions of the imperial tutor, Kui Dong. Perhaps the act that he had put on with Uncle Jiyu back then had deceived everyone. He had not hesitated to change his route and go to the book lake in advance, so that there would not be a bigger deadlock in that deadlock. Otherwise, if he had gone a month later, Ron Xiu and the bunch of sticklers would have clashed with Jiyu Kan of the Verdant Gorge Island. The two sides would have been like water and fire, and there would have been a great Dao guiding them. Once either side was injured or killed, it would have been an unimaginable disaster for Chen Pinggan. Therefore, this water god who had failed to supervise back then might have already been killed by Kui Dong. The water god gently touched the head of the green snake on his arm and said with a smile, "Chen Pinggan, although I'm still a little angry, I was tricked by the two of you back then and sneaked to the book lake. You caused me to waste my time and stare at your old servant for a long time. However, this is your ability. Don't worry. As long as it's official business, I won't vent my anger because of personal grudges." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Since you can appear here, the water god will definitely have such boldness. I believe that. In the future, we can be considered neighbors. We can get along as we should." The burly water god of the embroidered river revealed a look of admiration. His words were not pleasant to the ears. The meaning behind his words was clear. Since he, the water god of the river adjacent to the Longquan County, would not neglect personal matters because of official business, then one day, would there be a personal grudge between the two of them? Naturally, the two of them would resolve their personal grudges through personal matters. And this young man's response was very appropriate. He did not say any harsh words, nor did he deliberately show weakness. "This time, I'm not deliberately making things difficult for you and Jiyu Dao and not allowing you to reminisce. It's really that he can't get away for the time being. However, if you're willing, you can come into the residence and have a seat. I'll treat you to a drink on behalf of Jiyu Dao. In fact, as for the matter of Madame Chu, I have some personal words that I want to tell you. Many things of the past are destined not to be recorded in the archives of the Ministry of Rights. However, after getting drunk, saying some harmless drunken words is not considered a violation of the rules. How about it, Chen Pinggan? Are you willing to give me face?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said with a smile, "It's really not wise to compete with a water god in drinking." Then, I'll bite the bullet and ask for trouble. They walked into the residence together and walked side by side. Chen Pinggan asked, has the night banquet of the gods of Mount Paul Cloud ended? The water god of the embroidery river nodded and said, you might not expect it, but there were 3 main gods of the old 5 mountains of Dali who rushed to Mount Paul Cloud for the banquet. In addition, there were many gods of the vassal states who attended the banquet. Since the establishment of our Dali state, there has never been such a grand night banquet. As the host, God Wei was even more outstanding. I'm not bragging about my boss here, but God Wei was really too unexpected. His godly appearance was the best among the mountains. I don't know how many female gods fell in love with our god Beiyu at first sight. However, they were still reluctant to leave and lingered around. When it came to Wei Pai, the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain, who was no stranger to him, the water god of the embroidery river seemed to be very convinced. When Chen Pinggan thought of how there was actually a situation where he was treated as a lecher on his own mountain in Luorpa Mountain, and look at Wei Pai. After taking their seats in the brightly lit hall, there were only a few ghost maidservants serving them. The water god waved his hand and dismissed them. The water god took out 2 pots of wine that contained the essence of the embroidery river's water transportation and threw 1 pot to Chen Pinggan. Then, they drank their wine. The water god was obviously an old acquaintance of the former owner of the mansion, Madame Chu. The reason why she treated him like this was because the water god did not hesitate and went straight to the point. She said that she did not expect Chen Pinggan to turn from an enemy to a friend. She only hoped that Chen Pinggan would not fight to the death with her. Then, the water god told the story of the wedding dress ghost and the Dali scholar in detail. She told him how she used to be kind to others and how infatuated she was with the scholar. The water god did not hide anything about her tyrannical actions after she was let down by the heartless person. The pitiful corpses that she had planted in the soil as flowers and plants in the back garden had yet to be moved away. Resentment lingered, and their souls lingered. Most of them could not be released. At the mention of the tragedy of the poor scholar in the Lakeview Academy, the water god's heart was filled with sorrow. With a solemn expression, he drank a mouthful of wine and said, before the Li dynasty prospered, which scholar with even the slightest bit of ambition had not been looked down upon and wronged outside? The greater one's talent, the greater one's suppression. This scholar is an example. Back then, one of the scholars of the academy who set him up was a descendant of the Sui dynasty. Even now, he is still in the center of the court. The water god looked out of the hall and sighed, how can we reason with a messy account? Chen Pinggan took a sip of wine and said slowly, if we really want to reason, it's not impossible. It's just a sequence. Then, we'll take it step by step. However, there's a very important prerequisite. The person who is reasonable has to be able to bear the price of being reasonable. The water god smiled and said, why don't you try? Miss Chu is a person in the game and can't understand. Actually, you, Chen Pinggan, are the best. You're half a person in the game and half a bystander. If you're willing, I'll owe you a huge favor. Chen Pinggan shook his head. I don't have that kind of heart, and I have no reason to do so. The water god did not have any hope, so she was not disappointed. She only felt a little regretful. She raised the wine pot and said, then we'll just drink. Chen Pinggan raised the wine pot. The wine was good wine and should be quite expensive. He wanted to drink as little as possible and treat it as a way to earn money. Other than the wedding dress ghost, the two of them had nothing to talk about. Therefore, Chen Pinggan quickly stood up and bade farewell. The water god of the embroidered river personally sent him to the door of the mountain and river barrier. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and bade farewell. Then, the sword on his back was unsheathed. With one sword, he soared into the sky and flew into the sea of clouds. Although she had already experienced the elegance of this sword immortal through the water curtain divine power, when the water god of the embroidered river saw it up close, she could not help but be shocked. Chen Pinggan landed outside Red Candle Town and walked in. When he passed by the post house, he stopped and stared at it for a moment before continuing forward. He first looked at Shui Bay from afar. Then, he went to Guanshui Street that crossed Guanshan Street and found the bookstore. He actually met the shopkeeper. He was dressed in a black robe and held a folding fan. He was sitting on a small bamboo chair with his eyes closed. He held an exquisite teapot and drank tea leisurely. He hummed a tune and patted his knees with the folding fan. As for the bookstore's business, he did not care at all. Just like back then, the handsome young shopkeeper didn't even want to open his eyes. He lazily said, "The prices of the books in the shop are all written clearly. It's all up to your judgment if you're willing or not." Back then, Chen Pinggan had forked out money here to help Li Huai buy a book called Great Watercliff that seemed to have only been published for a few years. It cost 9 taels and 2 taels, but in the end, it was actually an old book. There was actually a literary spirit that was born in it. Li Huai, this kid, was really lucky wherever he went. In fact, Chen Pinggan had taken a fancy to the clay figurine at Qingfu Square at the ferry of Earth Dragon Mountain. Judging from the handmade style, it was very likely that it was the same set of clay figurines as Li Huai's clay figurines. They were all made by the immortals in White Emperor City mentioned by Hong Yongbua. Even if he did not give away the love skills of the maidservants of Qingfu Workshop, whose sword intent was not well concealed, Chen Pinggan would find a way to get her. As for the pine smoke ink made by Holy Water Country, Chen Pinggan did not have enough money to buy it at that time. He planned to ask Wei Pai, who used to be the mountain god of Holy Water Country, if it was worth buying. However, this was not the reason why Chen Pinggan came here. In fact, the young shopkeeper of the Chongdan River, who had transformed into a human form, had now risen to the sky in a single bound. He had risen from a mountain and swamp spirit that came out of the water and landed on the shore to the legitimate god of the Chongdan River. Not only that, he was also the first legitimate god of the Chongdan River since the founding of the Great Li. He was truly a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate in reality. Like the water god of Xiuhua River, they were now neighbors. For the cultivators on the mountain, the distance between mountains and rivers was just the distance from Clay Bottle Alley to Apricot Blossom Alley. Chen Pinggan would not deliberately rope him in. It was unnecessary and useless. However, it was reasonable to take the initiative to say hello when passing by. When one was down and out, one must take oneself seriously. When one was successful, one must take others seriously. These principles could be found in the mud of Clay Bottle Alley. After all, one could not walk far and climb the mountain and forget them easily. Chen Pinggan picked a few expensive books that could be regarded as rare books. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked, "Shopkeeper, if I buy all the books in your bookstore, how much discount can I get?" The handsome young shopkeeper opened his eyes and said angrily, "I rely on this small shop to rest and eat. If you buy all of them, what can I do with a sack of silver? Go to Fu Shui Wan to drink wine? With my appearance, it's hard to say who will take advantage of who. How much discount do you think you can get? 10%, 12%. Do you want to buy it?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said with a smile, "I'll buy it." The young shopkeeper put the teapot in his hand on the side table and opened his folding fan with a snap. He gently fanned himself in front of him and said with a smile, "Not for sale." Chen Pinggan could only give up. He paid more than 30 taels of silver and bought the few ancient books. With the money in hand, the shopkeeper smiled and sent Chen Pinggan to the door of the shop. "Welcome again, customer." When Chen Pinggan saw the shopkeeper's expression, he knew he had made a loss. After Chen Pinggan left Guanshui Street, the shopkeeper sat back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. He got up and closed the shop and went to a riverside. Red Candle Town was an important trade hub near Longquan Commandery. It was the place where the 3 rivers of Xiuhua, Yuye, and Chongdan converged. Now that the imperial court was doing a big construction, dust was flying everywhere and it was very noisy. If nothing unexpected happened, not only would Red Candle Town be included in Longquan Commandery, but it would also be promoted to the county seat of a new county, and Longquan Commandery would also be promoted from a commandery to a province. Now that the mountain was busy, the officialdom at the foot of the mountain was also busy, especially with the existence of Mount Puiun. God knew how many gods of mountains and rivers were racking their brains to get close to this place. It should be known that the gods of mountains and rivers did not just rely on an ancestral temple and a golden body to guard the mountain. They always had good relationships with immortals on the mountain, officials of the imperial court, and people of Jianghu, as well as the branches that continuously extended from them. Therefore, with Mount Puiyun and Longquan Commandery as the two major centers on the mountain, the rapid rise of the new province of Dali was already unstoppable. After the black-clothed young man came to the riverside, he used a camouflage spell and walked into the water. He strolled in the most soft Xiuhua River. The water of the three rivers was very different. The water of Xiuhua River was soft and long, with the most abundant spiritual qi. The water of Chongdan River was turbulent, with the most intense water. Contrary to the name of the river, Yuye River was the shortest, with the most unpredictable water, and the distribution of spiritual qi was very different. Among them, the location of the mansion of the god of mountains and rivers was the best feng shui place. Don't underestimate this point. If there was really an earth immortal of Jindan stage who lacked a place to cultivate and coincidentally wanted to choose one of the three rivers, he would naturally choose to be the guest of worship of Yuye River. On the mountain, this was called a small cave that couldn't be bought with money. The Xiuhua River was under the jurisdiction of his peers. Unless he was visiting the water mansion, he should have crossed the boundary. However, the water spirits who were in charge of patrolling the river did not feel strange when they saw the black-clothed river god. Instead, they smiled and went up to him one by one. It was not that the new water god of Chongdan River was easy to talk to, but that he was deliberately disgusting. The black-clothed river god did not lower himself to their level and did not show them any evil faces. Anyway, he did not say much. He only said that he was going to the steamed Bun Mountain where the two tributaries converged. When he was not too far away, the group of spirits who were wearing armor and holding weapons immediately roared with laughter. They did not hold back their words. Most of them ridiculed the spirit of the past for not being worthy of his position. They said that he had relied on others to take the crooked path to become a god by luck. Compared to the water god of the Xiuhua River who had relied on his merits before and after death to stabilize his position, a carp who wagged its tail and begged for mercy was nothing. The black-clothed river god came to the temple of the Lord of the Land on the isolated island in the middle of the river. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Yuye River and the Xiuhua River did not like this place. The Lord Xing Wang of the county on the shore was even more unwilling to pay attention to it. The steamed Bun Mountain, the most inferior place in the country's landscape register, was like a stone in the latrine pit, smelly and hard. The incense in the small ancestral temple still withered and was in a precarious situation. The local people did not like to burn incense here. They had to take a ferry to go ashore to pay their respects. It was too strenuous. In addition, there were many ancestral temples of gods in the area of the three rivers. Who would not ask for help? Besides, which god's position was not higher than this little lord of the land? The black-clothed young man stepped over the threshold. A short, sloppy man was sitting on the altar. There was an incense boy dressed in red robes. He was wailing like a ghost in an old brass incense burner. He sat down on the burner and slapped his hands hard. His body was covered in incense ash. He complained loudly, mixed with a few complaints about his master's failure to live up to expectations and make progress. The black-clothed river god was used to this. It was strange that a local ancestral temple could give birth to an incense boy. The boy in red was extremely daring. He never cared about the hierarchy. When he had nothing to do, he liked to go out and wander around. When he was bullied by his peers at the Xing Wang temple, he would go back and vent his anger on his master. His catchphrase was that he must find a good incense burner to reincarnate in his next life. It was strange. Even though he knew that a god of the river was coming, that man still didn't even bat an eyelid. The boy in red, who was the size of a palm, quickly jumped up and put his hands on the edge of the incense burner. He said loudly, "Master River God, why did you think of us poor worms today? Sit, don't be polite. Just treat it as your own home. The place is small, and the incense is not good. There isn't even a plate of fruits and a cup of hot tea. We have neglected you, Master River God." The man slapped the boy in red directly into the incense ash, so that he wouldn't continue to be noisy and annoying. The black-clothed river god moved a broken chair from a corner far away. After he sat down, He glanced at the little guy who was sticking his head out of the incense burner. He smiled and asked, "You didn't tell this little guy who has been living with you for a long time?" The man said expressionlessly, "Nothing has been decided yet. Why should I tell him?" The black-clothed river god took out his folding fan and patted the handle of the chair gently. He smiled and said, "That's the difference between a big happy event and a small happy event. You can keep your composure." This man had been sitting on the cold bench for hundreds of years. He had never been promoted. Obviously, there was a reason for that. Otherwise, he would have been a county god. Many of his old acquaintances were doing well now. It was no wonder that the incense burner boy in red complained all day long. He would lie on the roof of the temple and stare blankly, waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. The man said indifferently, "For so many years, I didn't even have a mouthful of hot shit. I didn't say anything. What's the difference between a few days? Who would feel good after hearing such words?" The vermilion-robed boy rolled his eyes. Forget it. Happy occasion? How could a happy event fall on his master's head? For this small broken temple, if it could keep its identity as the Earth Temple, it should go to all the mountain god temples, river god temples, and city god temples to offer incense. It had completely given up now. As long as it was not chased out of the temple and forced to carry the incense burner around, it was already a happy event. Now, a few city god temples were secretly spreading the news that after Longquan County was promoted to a province, all the gods, big and small, had to be sorted out again. This time, it even used the trick of kowtowing to gain sympathy. Its master was still unwilling to move and attend the night banquet organized by the great god Bayu. Recently, it was said that the Manchu mountain was going to be finished. It caused it to be on tenterhooks every day. It wished it could die together with its master so that it could be reincarnated into a good family in its next life. The black-clothed river god said helplessly, "Let's not talk about others. It's fine if you don't care about them. But we have been friends for so many years. It's not too much to say that we are friends in adversity, right? On the day my temple was built, you didn't go." The man said, "If I went, would you miss me more? Isn't it still because of that little friendship? When I came to congratulate you, I should at least show something. I don't have any money in my pocket. I can't do something like puffing myself up at my own cost." The boy in red was angry. It stood up and put its hands on its waist. It raised its head and stared at its master. "Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? How can you talk to Master River God like that? Idiot who doesn't know what's good for you," quickly apologized to Master River God. The man gave it a sidelong glance. The boy in red was about to cry. It turned its head and looked at the black-clothed river god. It used all its strength to squeeze out a few drops of tears. "Master River God, you and my master are old acquaintances. Please help me persuade him. If this goes on, I won't even be able to eat dust. My life is bitter," the black-clothed river god joked. "It's not like Master City God didn't invite you to move to their mansion. You can choose any incense burner or horizontal board. How lucky you are. Since you know your life is bitter, why don't you give up your good life and endure it here? You can't even make a name for yourself." The boy in red slapped his chest hard. He didn't control his strength well. As a result, he spat out a mouthful of incense ash. After coughing a few times, he said loudly, "This is called strength of character." After he finished talking, his stomach started to growl. The boy in red was a little embarrassed. He wanted to climb out of the incense burner. "I'm going to drink the northwest wind. I don't want to be a hindrance to you two friends." Unexpectedly, the man took out a mountain water incense from his sleeve. He rubbed it with 2 fingers. A flame lit up. Of course, it was the cheapest kind. Then, he threw it into the incense burner. The boy in red rushed over. He complained that even pigs ate better than this. However, he quickly sat down in the pile of incense ash. He held the incense and chewed it like a sugar cane. He shook his head and smiled happily. The black-clothed river god laughed and opened his folding fan. A cool breeze blew and mist filled the air. It was refreshing. The man hesitated for a moment and said seriously, I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to Wei Pai and the Minister of Rights that you're familiar with. If it's not a state city god, but a county city god or a county city god, don't look for me. I'll stay here." The black-clothed river god frowned. "Do you really want to do that?" The man scratched his head and looked absent-minded. He looked at the surging river outside the ancestral temple. "Yes." The black-clothed river god joked, "You're so familiar with Wei Pai. If I remember correctly, you've done a great favor for him and that poor girl. Why don't you tell him yourself?" The man sneered, "I just did something that didn't go against my conscience." "What kind of favor is that? Must others repay me? Then what's the difference between me and those fellows who are busy getting promoted and getting rich? It's not like I'm begging Dali for the matter of the new city god. Anyway, I've already spread the word. It doesn't matter who he chooses in the end. Choosing me might not be a good thing. Not choosing me isn't a bad thing either. I won't make things difficult for anyone." The black-clothed river god nodded. "All right, I'll just pass the message for you. As for the rest, you're on your own. It's fine if you succeed, but I think it'll be difficult. If you fail, you'll definitely be bullied by the new state city god. He might not even need to do it personally. By then, the two county city gods will be more attentive than the other. They'll beat you up for no reason." The man had an indifferent expression. After all, needless to say, the civil and martial temple would definitely worship the ancestors of the Yuan and Cao families. The other big and small mountain gods had already followed the prescribed order. Dragon Whisker River, Tiefu River, Luo Po Mountain, Fengliang Mountain. Then, with the two empty city god seats and the state city god after the ascension state, these three new city gods that had yet to surface became the only three delicious cakes that could be discussed and operated. The Yuan and Cao families were determined to get one of these three candidates. They had to occupy one of them. It was just a prefix in the battle state, prefecture, and county. No one dared to fight for it. After all, the two main generals of the three Dali southern conquering Iron Cavalry armies, Cao Gui and Su Gaoshan, one was a descendant of the Cao family, and the other was a representative of the Yuan family in the army. The Yuan family had helped Su Gaoshan, who was born in the border army, more than once. Moreover, Su Gaoshan still couldn't forget Miss Yuan, so he was considered half a son-in-law of the Yuan family by the Dali officials. This involved the complicated network of officials and required a group of local gods to display their abilities. The boy in red, who had been eating sugar cane to fill his stomach, raised his head and asked in a daze, "What were you guys talking about just now?" The man said in a bad mood, "We were thinking about who your parents are." The river god began to talk about the previous customer of the bookstore and told him his guess. The man's face was solemn. "She insisted on asking me where the biggest hornet's nest was. Well, I'm familiar with this place, so I brought them there. The hornet's nest at the mouth of the well was so big that it almost became a spirit. Guess what? The two little girls were chased by a large nest of hornets and were stung until their heads were swollen. It was so funny. Of course, I was very sad at that time and wiped away a lot of tears. They were also very loyal. Not only did they not blame me for leading the way, they even invited me to a place called Luo Po Mountain as a guest. The little charcoal that I have a good relationship with was very righteous and very impressive. She said that she was her master's first disciple and that as long as I went to Luo Po Mountain, there would be good food, good drinks, and fun things to eat and drink. That's right, I was very sad at that time and wiped away a lot of tears. They were also very loyal. Not only did they not blame me for leading the way, they even invited me to a place called Luo Po Mountain as a guest. The little charcoal that I have a good relationship with was very loyal and very impressive. She said that she was her master's first disciple and that as long as I went to Luo Po Mountain, there would be good food, good drinks, and fun things to do. The man immediately grasped the main point and asked with a frown, "With your little courage, you dare to meet a stranger?" The boy in red said resentfully, "I was hiding underground at that time, but I was beaten out by that little charcoal with a bamboo pole. She said that if I dared to be sneaky again, she would beat me to death with the magic of immortals. I only found out afterwards that I was tricked. She only saw me, but she didn't have the ability to drag me out. Sigh, that's good too. Well, well, well. You don't know, this little girl who looks like a charcoal girl is knowledgeable, noble, gifted, wealthy, and heroic in Jianghu. The boy in red's face was full of reverence and admiration. Suddenly, he remembered something. He squatted in the pile of incense ashes and threw out a common copper coin with all his strength. Do you see this? This is the reward she gave me for leading the way. Isn't she generous? Do you have such a friend? The man sneered and said, Is it summer money or Guyu money? Bring it closer, I'll take a better look. The boy in red hid the copper coin again and rolled his eyes. She said that as a mountain person who deals with immortal money all year round, it's too tacky to give those immortal money. I think that's the reason. The black-clothed river god waved his folding fan and smiled. It's very reasonable. The man couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this brainless little thing. In the night, by the Iron Talisman River, the green-clothed swordsman traveled alone. In the former Liju Grotto Heaven, which was now Liju Blessed Land, the rules set by Saint Wan Ting had always been very effective. In the vast wilderness, the sky was low and the trees were low. Jiang Qingyu was close to people. Near the river god temple, a woman holding a long sword with golden tassels appeared on the road. Seeing the long sword on the back of the man, her eyes were burning and she asked, Chen Pinggan, can I exchange pointers with you as a swordsman? Chen Pinggan glanced at her. Back then, she was the maid who held the sword with the identity of a concubine in the palace. Now, she was one of the river gods with the highest rank in Dali. Then, he said something. I'm afraid I'll kill you. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house mobile version reading website. 477. The water god of the Iron Talisman River, Yonghua, did not get angry. However, her golden eyes overflowed with a sense of inspection. She was somewhat unrestrained as she seriously sized up the young swordsman in front of her again. As the night fell, Yonghua, as a god, appeared in her golden body. Her simple and elegant dress was overflowing with a layer of golden light, making her, who was already beautiful, even more dazzling. The moon of the river was like the jewelry of this woman, the god of the river. On the other hand, the young man in front of her was far from being detached from the world like her. In the past, Yonghua also looked at Chen Pinggan with the same gaze. At that time, he was a young man with straw sandals. She could only see a sense of poverty and a faint fist intent. At this moment, except for a few external objects, it seemed that she could not see anything else, such as the sword-cultivating gourd that Wei Pai chose at his waist, a green robe that could not be called a robe, and of course, the most important thing was the sword behind Chen Pinggan. Yonghua had always been very conceited about her swordsmanship. The golden sword in her arms was not an ordinary object. It was a divine weapon that was almost put in the replica of the Beko Keikyang building. It was troublesome if she could not see it. Of course, for Yonghua, it was the reason to draw the sword. Between the two, there was a wave of mountain feng shui mist without warning. Wei Pai, who was dressed in white and had golden rings on his ears, appeared. He smiled and said, Sage Wan is not here, but the rules are still there. Don't make it difficult for me. As soon as Wei Pai came, Yonghua's dazzling demeanor was immediately suppressed. Yonghua looked straight ahead. She only had eyes for the young swordsman who had been traveling all year round. She said, as long as the life and death contract is signed, it is in accordance with the rules. Chen Pinggan said slowly, it's a pity that your master doesn't seem like someone who likes to follow the rules. Yonghua finally revealed a sliver of anger. If the master was humiliated, the subject would die. The empress had saved her life and taught her the Tao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have abandoned everything in the secular world with a single word from the empress. She would have risked her life and suffered the torment of being skinny to the bone just to become the water god of Tiefu River. Even if there were some words in the depths of her heart that she wanted to say to the empress in person one day, an outsider dared to criticize the empress' conduct and conduct. A bastard from Clay Bottle Alley suddenly became rich, and his bones were light. Wei Pai seemed to be a little surprised, but he soon felt relieved. He acted even more shamelessly than the two sides. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to fight. If you're willing to fight on your own in the end, then you can fight to your heart's content. Chen Pinggan smiled at Wei Pai and said, I didn't want to talk to her. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Send me to Pei Qian. Wei Pai nodded. Yang Hua said, Chen Pinggan, why don't you just trouble mountain god Wei to send you to the bamboo house of Luopo Mountain? Wouldn't it be safer to hide under the eyes of a martial arts grandmaster? I definitely wouldn't dare to chase after you. Chen Pinggan replied, What, you can't have taken a fancy to me, right? Why do you have to pester me? Yang Hua's face was like frost. Dense water vapor lingered around her body. She was the water god of a river. The Tiefu River, which was originally calm and almost silent, suddenly boiled. There was a faint sound of thunder under the water. Wei Pai felt a headache coming on. Without another word, he quickly activated his natal divine ability and hurriedly sent Chen Pinggan to the Riding Dragon Alley. Otherwise, he and the sage Wan Wei might not be able to stop this one-track-minded couple. Yang Hua shifted her gaze slightly and stared at the mountain god whose temperament was becoming more and more otherworldly. Her eyes were cold, without the slightest respect. Wei Pai smiled bitterly and said, Both sides are not people. Why would I bother to come here? Yang Hua asked directly, Back then, when you and Shu Ruo were riding on demons and passing by this place, why did you look at me strangely? Wei Pai smiled and said, Don't forget that although I was still a native of Chidong Mountain, after all, I was once the mountain god of a country. Naturally, I could see that your golden body rank was too high and unusual. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Yang Hua shook her head and said, You're lying. Wei Pai did not entangle with her on this topic. He smiled softly and said, Walk with me. Wei Pai took the lead to move. After walking a few steps, he turned his head and said, Living people mix in officialdom, we dead people mix in incense. Don't we all have to follow the rules? Wan Wei is obviously not here. Why did Chen Pinggan give up the more worry-saving sword ride and choose to walk back to the town on foot? Yang Hua then began to move. With Wei Pai in front and behind, the two mountain god and the water god walked on the bank of the Iron Talisman River that was gradually stabilizing. Wei Pai put his hands behind his back and said slowly, If I'm not wrong, you stopped Chen Pinggan only because of your competitiveness. Fundamentally, you still can't bear to give up your identity as a sword cultivator in the world of the living. Now, your golden body is not stable. You've consumed incense and are still young. It's not enough for you to widen the gap between you and the water god of Xiuhua River, Yuyo River, and Chongdan River. Therefore, your purpose in provoking Chen Pinggan is actually very simple. It's really just to learn from each other. You don't want to use your realm to oppress others. Since it's clearly a very simple matter, why can't you speak properly? Do you really think that Chen Pinggan doesn't dare to kill you? Believe it or not, even if Chen Pinggan kills you, your death will be in vain. Maybe the first person to speak up for Chen Pinggan will be the imperial concubine who wants to bury the hatchet. Yang Hua was silent. The mountain is higher than the water. This is the vast world's common sense. The rank of the five mountain god in a country is higher than any water god. However, Yang Hua obviously did not have much respect for Wei Pai. Wei Pai did not care about this. It was as if he was talking to himself. How close is the distance between two thoughts? If you recite together, there will be people who will feel it across thousands of mountains and rivers. It can connect to the blue sky and the yellow spring. Sometimes, how far is the distance between one thought and another? Yang Hua stopped and sneered, I'm not in the mood to listen to your sharp words. As long as it's Tiefu River's duty, I will not slack off. If you want to show off the North Mountain god's arrogance, you've found the wrong person. If you want to ostracize me and Tiefu River like you did Luopo Mountain God Song, just come at me. I'll take it. Wei Pai turned his head and smiled, It's better if you replace the word mood with martial arts. It'll be more tactful. In other words, it's not that you're stubborn and disrespectful to your superior, but that you want to create a golden body and absorb the essence of the incense. In my ears, it's just that you don't understand the ways of the world. It's pardonable. Yang Hua stopped. Are you done teaching me a lesson? Wei Pai nodded and smiled charmingly. That's all for tonight. I'll find you for a heart-to-heart talk in the future." Yang Hua's face was gloomy. Wei Pai stretched out a finger and put it to his mouth. "Some hurtful words that are already on the tip of your tongue, don't say them if you can. Remember, remember." Yang Hua was indeed worthy of being Empress Dali's personal maid. Instead of restraining herself, she said straightforwardly, "You really don't know what the local high gods of Dali, such as the old mountain gods and those who live near the capital, say about you behind your back. I didn't think so before, but after seeing you tonight, Wei Pai, you're really an opportunist." Wei Pai smiled and waved his hand. "I know what to say, but what others say, I have to do. Do you really think you're a saint with heavenly laws, a heavenly lord whose words come true? Chen Pinggan just said that you like him, so you keep pestering him. Is that true?" Wei Pai withdrew his hand. "Don't try to provoke me in this way. Then you and I will never talk to each other again, so you can have some peace and quiet. I won't talk to you too much in the future, and I'll talk to you in a targeted way. I won't delay your cultivation." Yang Hua was helpless, but she was still angry. She couldn't help but sneer. "You flatter Chen Pinggan so much, aren't you ashamed? Don't you know that, not to mention those who know the truth, there are many gods of mountains and rivers who don't know the truth? Whether they're in Dali or vassals, they've heard some rumors and are secretly laughing at you." Wei Ba made a very childish move. He stretched out his thumb and index finger, and after spreading them open, he pressed his cheeks and gently pulled them up to make a smiling face. "As long as you all smile obediently when you see me, that's enough. As for what they say behind my back and what they think in their heads, I'm not interested." Yang Hua's mouth twitched, and she stood with her sword in hand. She obviously didn't believe Wei Pai's nonsense. Wei Pai sighed. "Although you suffered some hardships when you achieved the golden body of a god. But one day, when you have the ups and downs of my life, you will understand that these human emotions are only human emotions." Wei Pai finally said, "The great Tao is long, and cultivation isn't easy. You have to think more when you meet people and things. The success or failure of the world is ultimately based on dealing with people." Yang Hua was still tit-for-tat. "If you like to talk about principles so much, why don't you just go to Linlu Academy or Chen Academy and be a teacher?" Wei Pai suddenly tilted his head and asked with a smile, "Is it true that principles are never principles? Can't you listen?" Yang Hua knew that something was wrong. Wei Pai raised his hands and gently shook his sleeves. His sleeves fluttered like two balls of snowflakes, and it was wonderful. The incense essence at the Jiang Temple and the water essence at the Chiefu River condensed into two balls of golden and dark green respectively, and were collected by Wei Pai. Wei Bo swaggered off. Yang Hua stood in the same place, stunned. Even if it was the northern mountain god's clay, Bodhisattva also had anger, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Unexpectedly, the white-robed god didn't stop walking, but turned his head and explained with a smile, "I'm not angry. The truth is, liars are dogs." Chen Pinggan gently knocked on the shop in the Dragon Rider Alley. Since Wei Pai sent him here, it meant that Pei Qian should be staying here. It wasn't strange. Pei Qian didn't like to deal with Kui Cheng. There were only a few people on Luo Po Mountain, so it wasn't as lively as this small town. His shop had pastries, and if he was hungry, he would want to buy a stick of candied haws. Chen Pinggan never said anything about it. As long as Pei Qian continued to copy books and wasn't too stubborn, he would let him do as he pleased. Moreover, Pei Qian was always looking after the shop. He just didn't know what Pei Qian thought about going to school. It was Sharu who opened the door. It wasn't that otherworldly items didn't need to sleep, but they were the opposite of living people. They stayed in the day and came out at night. Even if it was a good sleep for the soul, it usually only needed 3 to 4 hours. It was said that the souls of otherworldly items were much purer than those of living people. After all, the strong wind blowing and the sun shining on the ground were both suffering and an invisible cultivation. Sharu smiled. "Young master, you're back." Chen Pinggan nodded. "Pei Qian is sleeping here?" Sharu said softly. After copying books with Miss Li from Fulu Street, he turned off the lights and chatted for a long time before falling asleep. A few days ago, he went to Chiduan Mountain and was badly stung by wasps. Even though he got some herbs from Young Family's shop and applied it, it's still hard for him to fall asleep. When they closed the shop door together, Sharu asked, "Should I wake them up now?" Sharu was a little embarrassed. Although there were 3 rooms in the backyard of the shop, the main room was occupied by Pei Qian and Li Baoping. The side room was filled with goods and there was only 1 room left. Nominally, it was Sharu's residence. It was filled with many personal items bought from the market. It couldn't be seen. She had no choice. Now she was living in the body of a male immortal. Moreover, there was rouge and face powder on the table. Sometimes, even she felt awkward. Pei Qian, that wretched girl, even deliberately gave her a bronze mirror as a gift. Chen Pinggan lowered his voice and said, "No need. I'll just sit in the yard for a night and take it as practicing my stance. Later, tell me about the recent situation in Longquan County." Under the eaves near Sharu's side room, 1 sat and 1 stood. Sharu brought a bench over for Chen Pinggan. There were still chairs, but she didn't sit. Sharu talked about the night banquet and the matters of Luopa Mountain. The students of Cliff Academy continued their northward journey. They would first go to the capital of Dali and visit the old site of the academy. Then, they would continue north until they reached the coast of the sea in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. However, Li Baoping used some reason to persuade the saint of the academy, Maro Xiaodong, to stay in the small town. Sharu guessed that the ancestors of the Li family must have pleaded with teacher Mao. Liu Qingshan and Liu Boqi had already left Longquan County. Before they left, this immortal couple who had already traveled half the continent hand in hand made a special trip to find Zhu Lian for a drink and to become sworn brothers. When Chen Pinggan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Liu Qingshan didn't seem like someone who would cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper for others. He wasn't his first disciple either. Sharu smiled and revealed the mystery. It turned out that Liu Boqi had recognized Zhu Lian as his elder brother. He said that Zhu Lian had to go to Qingwan country to attend her and Liu Qingshan's wedding banquet. Chen Pinggan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. What was this and what was this? In addition, there were a few serious matters that couldn't be considered small. However, Sharu didn't say much. She still hoped that Chen Pinggan could chat with Zhu Lian. She had to admit that when Zhu Lian did things, regardless of whether it was big or small, he was steady and steady. It was just that his mouth was annoying and his eyes made her feel that even a female ghost would be terrified. One was that Liu Zhongruan of the Pearl Island in the Bookslip Lake didn't come personally. Instead, he sent a trusted disciple to visit Luopa Mountain with gifts. At that time, Wei Pai even took the initiative to show his face, which frightened the young woman who was only in the cave-dwelling realm. Later on, she couldn't even speak clearly. Then there were the 2 water gods of Huangting country, Yu Jiang and Bai Shujiang, who visited Luopa Mountain one after another. Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng were in charge of receiving them. After listening to Sharu's orderly narration, Chen Pinggan pointed to the main room and asked with a smile, "How are the faces of those 2 guys?" Sharu was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, "Pei Qian is naughty, but I didn't think that Miss Li would also let Pei Qian fool around. Young master, you don't know. When I saw their pitiful appearance in the shop, my mood was similar to that of the girl in Pearl Island. But they were quite happy. We also agreed that the next time we learned good martial arts, we would go to the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den." Chen Pinggan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sharu didn't know why, but it seemed that after settling down in the shop, she seemed to be more comfortable than on the other side of Luopa Mountain. She even teased Chen Pinggan, "Young master, did you bring a gift for someone during this trip?" Chen Pinggan grunted. Flipping his wrist, he took out the 3 small objects he bought at the Di Long Mountain Ferry, and handed them to Sharu, the red bowl and tile inkstone, while he himself picked up a pair of seal engravings from a certain country in the southeast. He placed it by his ear and gently tapped it. Listening to the clear and melodious sound, he tilted his head and said with a laugh, "3 things, I spent 12 pieces of snow coins. If you like anything, you can pick one." Sharu glanced at the lovely red bowl a few more times and shook her head, "Forget it." Chen Pinggan smiled. Gifts are usually given in pairs. An odd number is not good. I'll be going on a long journey soon and won't be back in a short time. You can treat it as a red packet for next year's spring festival. Sharu gently raised the red bowl in her hand. Then this one? Chen Pingan nodded and reminded her, don't let it slip in the future. The little girl likes to keep accounts. She doesn't dare to nag in front of me, but you can't avoid being nagged by her for several years. Sharu put away the small bowl and handed the forever blessed tile inkstone back to Chen Pingan. Sharu was puzzled. Young master, do you like to give gifts so much? Chen Pingan smiled. You may not know, but since I was young, I've always liked to earn money and save money. At that time, I worked hard to save copper coins. Sometimes when I couldn't sleep at night, I would pick up a small pottery jar and gently shake it. The sound of copper coins hitting the jar is something you haven't heard, right? Later, when Zheng Dafeng was still guarding the east gate of the small town, I made a business deal with him. Every time I sent a letter to someone in the small town, I could earn a copper coin. Every time I went to Zheng Dafeng to get a letter, I couldn't wait for Zheng Dafeng to throw me a big wicker basket. But in the end, I couldn't earn more than a few coins. Later, because of some things, I left my hometown. Sharu smiled and shook her head. Chen Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and leaned forward. It's not that I've become extravagant now that I'm rich. It's not like that. The reason why I was so greedy back then was so that one day, I wouldn't have to haggle over small matters. I wouldn't have to be restrained every time I have to spend money. For example, when I go to my parents' graves, I can buy better things when I buy things. During the new year, it's not like I can't afford spring festival couplets. I can only go to the gate of the courtyard next door and take a few more glances at the couplets. That kind of embarrassment that I'm used to, and that kind of joy in the midst of bitterness, anyone who sees it would feel that it's very childish. Sharu already didn't know how to continue. Chen Pingan was silent for a moment. He thought for a moment, some words might be a bit of a wet blanket, but since I'm about to leave Longquan County, you can just take it as listening to a few words. In any case, after listening to them, you probably won't bother me for at least 3 years. Sharu smiled and said, Young master, please speak. Chen Pingan pointed at Sharu. I've never felt that you've taken advantage of this immortal's shed skin, but the fortune under the heavens, once it's passed through the door, it's like the feng shui going around in circles. Most of it can't be kept. Since you've accepted this opportunity, you must first not hold any grudges in your heart. How you hold on to it firmly is your ability. Of course, whether you believe it or not, and whether you feel that I'm deliberately saying some words to curry favor, I have to say that I don't expect you, Sharu, to rely on this shed skin to do anything for Luo Po Mountain in the future. I only hope that you, Sharu, can blend in with others in Luo Po Mountain and this small shop in Dragon Rider Alley. Don't always feel that you're out of place, and that it's the other people's problem. You have to learn how to do as the Romans do. Of course, this isn't easy. Isn't that right? Sharu thought for a while. Young master, you're sincere and kind. I'll think about it more. Chen Pingan put away the calligraphy and tile and took off the blade-strengthening gourd to drink wine. Have you noticed that in Luo Po Mountain, or rather in the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, there are so many people today? Their statuses and realms are different, but the closeness of relationships is not determined based on this. I'm telling you this, Sharu, not because I want you to become the kind of person in my heart, but because I don't want you to feel wronged in your heart. The grievances are real, but you misunderstand the truth. Sharu asked, Chen Pingan, in the future, when there are more people in Luo Po Mountain, will you also open your heart to people like this? Chen Pingan shook his head. In the future, if I really have my own sect on the mountain, there will be dozens or hundreds of people. At that time, I definitely won't be able to take care of them. But it doesn't matter, I have you guys. Moreover, I've always felt that reason doesn't have to be said. Stand upright and have a good attitude. You, Zhu Lian, Zheng Dafeng, and the others all have their own merits. Naturally, there will be reason. Chen Pingan suddenly raised his arm and stretched out his hand, just like the spring breeze sneaking into the night, moistening things silently. It's better than a guy like me, who can't even be considered a scholar, talking endlessly. Sharu stared at the side of the young man's face. She was stunned and speechless. After that, Chen Pinggan began to practice the sword furnace stance. Sharu returned to her room. Wei Pai appeared under the eaves and smiled. You go ahead, I can wait. An hour later, Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and sighed. You've waited for a long time. Wei Pai asked, what's the matter? Chen Pinggan said helplessly, in fact, when I went to the Gong Willow Island and saw Liu Larocheng, a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, and heard him personally talk about his experience of the inner demon, I realized that my state of mind was actually spoiled by excessive enthusiasm. Later, Senior Kui also said that the soul-questioning game at the calligraphy lake was a test that only a Jindan or even a nascent soul cultivator would go through. The biggest trouble was that after my natal porcelain broke, my state of mind was also fragmented. Although I was piecing together what I saw and learned along the way, there was still a long way to go before I could rebuild a longevity bridge that could withstand wind and rain. As a result, in the Verdant Gorge Island, I destroyed my courage and made things worse. Although I finally convinced myself at the calligraphy lake, in the process of convincing myself, there were many burdens on my body. The crux of the problem was that there was a fundamental conflict between facts and reason. This had nothing to do with the calligraphy lake, it was just my own business. Chen Pinggan drank a mouthful of wine. This time, he really drank to drown his sorrows. I used to believe that as long as I knew more reasons, my punches and swords could be faster and faster. Chen Pinggan murmured, but as I learned more about the complexity of the world and the uncertainty of good and evil in people's hearts, I hoped that before I made a move, I must look at the opponent's line or several lines, and think about as many possibilities as possible. The best and the worst, and then use my swordsmanship to cut and circle. Only in this way can I reach the level where I think I'm not wrong. At that time, I can make a move faster. Chen Pinggan said to himself, but once things happen suddenly, I must immediately distinguish right and wrong, life and death. It's not up to me to study people's hearts and the truth in order. What should I do? Wei Pai nodded and said, the more right the world's reason is, the more important it is. As a pure martial artist, you're spinning a cocoon around yourself. Because you know very well that you're not happy. Thinking back to those years, when you were at your poorest, Chen Pinggan, your state of mind was the most relaxed. Because at that time, you were very sure that there were only a few reasons you had to adhere to. So you could bear with it, and if you couldn't, you had to fight with your life. Therefore, whether it was facing Cai Qinqian, Fu Nanhua, or your enemies later on, the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain and Ma Kushuan of Apricot Blossom Alley, you had to show how much your fist intent was worth. With a clear conscience, your fist intent was pure, and life and death were not important. I would make the first move. Chen Pinggan said in a low voice, that's right. Wei Pai leaned against the pillar. That's why you wanted to go to the North Continent. You wanted to be free and unrestrained, hoping that the sword cultivators and martial artists of Jianghu they were really unreasonable and only knew how to act domineeringly. This was the solution you came up with after leaving Bookslip Lake. However, when you left Luorpa Mountain and revisited old places and met old friends, you saw the world in a different light. In the end, you realized that you were wavering. You thought that even if you went to the North Continent, you would still be sloppy. Because at the end of the day, people are still people. They have their own joys and sorrows. Chen Pinggan remained silent and took a big gulp of wine. Wei Pai said softly, looks like it's another unsolvable deadlock. Either you become another Chen Pinggan, or you can only stagger forward and practice your fists and swords. Even if you can improve along with your realm, you are destined to not be able to achieve the fastest that you want. Wei Pai changed the topic. Do you suddenly feel that no matter how far you go or how much you see, there is something wrong with this world? But you can't put your finger on it, so you can only hold it in. And this is neither a big nor a small doubt. It seems that drinking is useless, and you can't even talk to anyone about it. Chen Pinggan's eyes widened. Wei Pai's words hit the nail on the head. Wei Pai was still in his lazy posture. He looked up at the bright moon. There must be a sun and a moon in a person's heart. Wei Pai narrowed his eyes and smiled. You can't do without either. Chen Pinggan fell into deep thought. Wei Pai turned around and smiled. Since the general direction is right, it's just difficult. What are you afraid of? Chen Pinggan, you're afraid of suffering? Why, it's not like you had nothing in the past. It's as if you suddenly have something to look forward to in life, and you're starting to have the burden of being strong. You might as well use the stupidest method to examine yourself. First, being reasonable is never a bad thing. Being reasonable is even rarer. Second, now that you feel that the reason is hindering your fists and swords, don't doubt that your first is wrong. It only means that you haven't done well enough, that the reason is not clear enough, and that your fists and swords are still not fast enough. Chen Pinggan's eyes brightened, but he smiled bitterly. It's easy to say, but hard to do. Wei Pai spread out his hands. That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Pinggan smiled in relief. Listening to you is better than reading for 10 years. Wei Pai clicked his tongue. As expected of the mountain master of Flattery Mountain. Chen Pinggan laughed. You think so of Luopa Mountain too? Chen Pinggan quickly stopped laughing. He didn't want to disturb the people in the main room. Wei Pai suddenly said, in fact, the Dali Imperial Court had a lot of arguments about Jiyu Kan's father's promotion. The Ministry of Rights wanted to promote him to a state god, but Yuan Cao and Cao Cao didn't agree. So the Ministry of Punishments and the Ministry of Revenue joined hands to fight against the Ministry of Rights. Master Guan's Ministry of Officials also got involved. I didn't expect that a small state god would actually cause such a big trouble in the Imperial Court. All the other forces got involved. Obviously, no one is willing to let the vassal king and state preceptor Quisha join. At most, there will be a concubine in the palace, and the discussion will be over. Chen Pinggan patted the bench under his buttocks and asked tentatively, for that vacant position? Wei Pai nodded. It has been too long. It is against the rules. That's why the 3 groups of Dali Iron Cavalry in the middle of the Aquarius continent have some people's hearts. Chen Pinggan shook his head. I don't care about that. Wei Pai smiled. I am telling you this because I want you to know that every family has its own difficulties. Chen Pinggan is not the only one who has difficulties. Chen Pinggan said, don't just stand there. It is easy for you to talk. Wei Pai glanced at Chen Pinggan. You are a guy who is sitting. How can you talk about me who is standing? Wei Pai stood up straight. That's enough. You don't have to worry about Tiefu River. I will beat her. Chen Pinggan nodded. Chen Pinggan thought of something. He took the Holy Water Country's Imperial Pine Smoke ink from Qingfu Square at the Earth Dragon Mountain ferry crossing. Wei Ba smiled and said, if it's priced at 5 small coins, it's a good deal. Qingfu Workshop is still too short-sighted and doesn't know what's good for them. But you can't blame them. I'm afraid not many people know about the wonders of this item. I will quickly send someone to Qingfu Square. Chen Pinggan said, this trip back and forth will also have expenses. This immortal money has to be included. Wei Pai laughed and asked, what does it have to do with me? I don't need to pay. How many people do you think there are in the Northern Peak region who want to make this trip back to where they came from and spend this money for nothing? Dozens. 100. On the other hand, whether it is 5 small summer coins or 10 small summer coins, I will give them a favor. It is equivalent to a reassurance pill. No matter what, the other party will earn a lot. The current Chen Pinggan naturally understood with just a hint. Wei Pai disappeared in a flash. Before he left, he reminded Chen Pinggan that the cross-continent ferry would arrive soon. Don't miss the time. Arriving at the majestic ancestral temple at the peak of the cloud-covering mountain, Wei Pai lay on the eaves and fell asleep with the sky as his blanket. Rivers flow everywhere. Winding rivers flow. Mountains depend on each other. Dragons from 1,000 miles come to live. Fish gather in the deep abyss. Birds roost in the forest. Beautiful mountains and clear waters. Outstanding people. The sky was slightly bright. Pei Qian sleepily pushed open the door. Holding the mountain walking stick, he swaggered over the threshold. He looked up at the sky and said casually, God, I will make a bet with you. If I don't master a peerless sword art today, Master will immediately appear in front of me. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Pei Qian nodded. Not talking. Then you agree. If you lose the bet and go back on your word, you are not a good god. Pei Qian hopped into the courtyard. In the end, he was stunned on the spot. Under the eaves of Sharu's side room, Master seemed to be sitting there and looking at him. Chen Pingan looked at that tanned face. Sure enough, it was still swollen like a steamed bun. This was even after applying medicine to reduce the swelling a little. One could imagine how pitiful it was when he ran back to Longquan County from Chiduan Mountain. Pei Qian rubbed his eyes. Master, I'm not dreaming, right? Chen Pingan smiled. Then slap yourself. Pei Qian blinked and chuckled. I'm not stupid. He turned his head towards the main room and shouted loudly, Big Sister Baoping, my master is here. A slender and elegant lady in red walked out of the room quickly. Her face was even more red and swollen than Pei Qian's. Therefore, at first glance, she was not that beautiful. Moreover, she did not feel embarrassed because of her face. She shook off her arm and jogged all the way to Chen Pingan's side. She suddenly stopped and smiled brightly. Little martial uncle. Chen Pingan stood in front of the two people of the same age. He stretched out his hands and gestured. Pei Qian had a long face. Why was Big Sister Baoping like this? Why was Master like this? Chen Pingan actually did not dare to believe it when he first saw little Baoping. How did that little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket grow so tall in the blink of an eye? Sharu moved 2 chairs out. Pei Qian wanted to sit on the bench with his master. He glanced at Li Baoping, who was already sitting on a chair. Pei Qian immediately lifted his butt again and sat beside Li Baoping. Chen Pingan looked at the two guys' red and swollen faces. He held back his laughter and asked, Li Huai and the rest have already followed Maoshan Mountain Master to the north? Li Baoping nodded vigorously. Later on, my grandfather will personally bring me to catch up with the big group. Little martial uncle, you don't have to worry. Chen Pingan asked, have you met Dong Shuijing? Li Baoping smiled. Pei Qian and I have been to Mount Fengliang. The wontons there are not bad. They are not as good as little martial uncles. Pei Qian's face was stiff and he did not move. The charcoal girl muttered in her heart. She remembered that Sister Baoping ate 2 big bowls of wonton at Dong Shuijing's wonton shop. However, she did not dare to say this in front of Sister Baoping. What if Sister Baoping despised her for being talkative in the future and did not bring her along anymore? Chen Pingan reminded her. When you pass by the capital, you must look for Shi Chuanjia. Li Baoping made a sound of acknowledgement. I've already sent the letter. The girl with the goat horn is waiting for me. Chen Pingan then turned to look at Pei Qian. Have you thought about it? Do you want to go to the school to study? Pei Qian's head drooped. I've thought it through. Sister Baoping wants me to go to the school to study. She even dragged me to the school for a few days. She said that she wanted to find out what was true and what was false. She wanted to know both herself and her enemy. She wanted to know the temperament of every teacher so that she could avoid being punished and copying books. Sister Baoping also did not allow me to show off my book box to others. She also did not allow me to put a talisman on my forehead when I went to school. There were many other rules that Sister Baoping wrote down on paper. She wanted me to copy them every day. Li Baoping patted Pei Qian's head. This is called difficult at first but easy later on. When you go to the school, you don't have to be afraid of the teachers. If you have any questions, you can ask them. If you are bullied by your classmates, don't just cry and complain to Sister Sharu. You must solve it at the school with your own abilities. When you go to the school, what is the most important thing? What is it? Pei Qian said weakly, it is to learn how to be a good person from the teachers. The specific content in the book is only a technique, not a Tao. It is best to have both. If you can't do it, you must choose the Tao over the technique. You must not lose the watermelon for the sesame. Li Baoping nodded in satisfaction. Pei Qian raised his head and frowned. He looked pitifully at Chen Pingan and said pitifully, Master. Li Baoping reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. Pei Qian immediately squeezed out a smile. Sister Baoping, I know. My memory is very good. Chen Pingan took out the tiled inkstone and the couplet and gave them to Pei Qian. He then smiled. I bought these for you on the way here. As for Bao Ping, I didn't find anything suitable. Please allow me to owe you for now. Pei Qian was overjoyed. He hesitated for a moment and held the inkstone in one hand and the couplet in the other. He turned to Li Baoping and asked, Sister Baoping, do you want to pick one? I'll give it to you. Li Baoping shook her head. It's okay. I just like to read some travel notes. Pei Qian nodded and was a little disappointed. Chen Pingan suddenly took out a stack of ancient books and handed it to Li Baoping. I picked it from Guanshui Street in Red Candle Town. It's not expensive. Don't mind it. Li Baoping was in high spirits. She held it in her arms and grinned. Little martial uncle, you're lying. Her smile was very unladylike. It was similar to when she was young. Chen Pingan began to put on the airs of a master and little martial uncle. It's not that I don't want you to poke a hornet's nest in the future, but you must think of an escape route first. If it's really not possible, you should carry herbs with you. Li Baoping crossed her arms and nodded heavily. Pei Qian sighed and poked the ground with his walking stick. It's all my fault. My crazy demon swordsmanship is still too weak. Sharu was already at the shop. She opened the door and walked into the backyard. She saw that Chen Pingan had already nodded, indicating that he understood. Sharu was not surprised. My young master is good at seeing one's temperament and martial arts in detail. His state of mind is as vast as the mountains and rivers, but as far as his eyes can see, he sees mustard seeds. This was Zhu Lian's flattery. Sharu felt that it was not entirely flattery. Chen Pingan stood up and said, Baoping, your grandpa is here. Li Baoping stood up and jumped. Little martial uncle, the next time we meet, I should be this tall. Pei Qian opened her mouth. She could not interrupt this kind of conversation, so she did not want to embarrass herself. Chen Pingan took out the clay figurine and said with a smile, Give this to Li Huai. Li Baoping carefully put it away. Chen Pingan led them to the entrance of the shop and saw the nascent soul realm earth immortal Li ancestor. He cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Grandpa Li. The old man smiled and nodded. He said with relief, Very good, very good. You are promising. Otherwise, people will think that our Dragon Pearl Cave Heaven has only produced a wolf cub like Ma Kushuan. Wouldn't it be a joke? Chen Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. The old man shook his head and said, Don't worry, take your time. There are big and small houses, but when it comes to family style, it's only about whether it's right or wrong. It has nothing to do with the size of a house's door. Our family styles are not bad. Since that's the case, let's drink to our heart's content. In the future, if there's anything we need from each other, whether it's you or me, just ask. Chen Pingan nodded and agreed. This was the best for both sides. Li Baoping and her grandpa left together, but she walked backward and waved goodbye. Chen Pingan smiled and waved gently. Pei Qian suddenly said with a sigh, The moon waxes and wanes, and people meet and part. It's so worrying that it makes one pull one's hair. Chen Pingan hit her with a chestnut. Pei Qian could not care less about her worries. She grimaced in pain. When Chen Pingan brought Pei Qian to Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian held her sword and ran around her master with her walking stick. She talked about her recent achievements. Of course, stirring up a hornet's nest did not count. That was because she was careless. At Luopa Mountain, Zhu Lian was drawing a picture of a beauty. The woman in the picture was a little god he accidentally saw at the night banquet. Zheng Dafeng smiled strangely. The girl that Zhu Lian brought up the mountain felt that old immortal Zhu was proficient in everything. She admired him more. At the southern border of Huangting country, there was a slender man in snow-white clothes. He was elegant and had a narrow saber on his waist. Beside him was a pair of twins. They looked to be 12 or 13 years old. Both of them had beautiful eyes. However, they looked similar. The elder sister had a fierce look in her eyes, while the younger girl had a sharp look. She carried a self-made wooden spear on her back. The young man beside her looked more like a gentle scholar. He carried a book box and a water bottle. The brother and sister were disciples that the man took in during his travels. They were both good at martial arts. Tongye continent. Jade Gui sect. On a secluded mountain that had not yet opened. The mountain was high into the clouds. A beautiful woman carried a long sword on her back. She was looking at the sea of clouds. In an immortal mansion surrounded by celestial fog on a mountain near this peak, there was a handsome young man wearing a tall crown. He had a noble status in Jade Almanac sect. At that moment, he was holding onto the railing and looking at the woman in the distance. He felt that his Daoist companion in this life would be her. It could only be her. In the middle of Aquarius continent, there was a mountain path that led to Lakeview Academy. A well-built man was walking behind a yellow ox. The man missed the eccentric charcoal lass a little. As for the yellow bull with a pair of buffalo horns, on one of its horns hung calligraphy scrolls and books. As for the other side, there was a white-clothed youth with his legs curled up and his hands clinging onto the bull's horn. He had a mole between his eyebrows, and he had an air of elegance about him. His appearance was so good that he looked like an immortal from the heavens. But at this moment, the white-clothed youth had a bored expression on his face as he wailed, "Wei Xian, I miss Mr. so much. What should I do? When I think about how Mr. doesn't have me by his side to serve him, I feel so anxious." Wei Xian did not speak. He had to get used to it. If he had to do this every few days, no matter how much Wei Xian admired this person, he would still feel annoyed. Along the way, apart from the proper business, this guy liked to stir up trouble when he had nothing to do. Naturally, he had his bloody means, and his ability to play with people's hearts made Wei Xian feel a chill run down his spine. Just some of the things he said made Wei Xian feel a headache. For example, when they passed by a well-hidden ghost sect, this guy played with a group of evil cultivators. From the lower 5 realms to the cave-dwelling realm, he slowly climbed up to the nascent soul realm. Every time he fought, he would pretend that his life was hanging by a thread, and then he almost destroyed the entire sect. After the dove took over the magpie's nest, he temporarily became the king of the mountain. He held a banquet and invited many heroes. At the banquet, he began to talk nonsense. When he mentioned his mister, he said one sentence, causing the people who had just survived a disaster to not know how to flatter him. In the end, after an awkward silence, he casually killed 2 people with a slap. What did he mean by "to tell you the truth, if I accidentally annoy my mister, once we fight, I don't need half an hour to make Mr. beg me not to be killed by him. Autumn is leaving, winter is coming. The Kuei pity the snake pity the wind pity the eyes pity the heart, Mr. pity this student." The young man was still hanging on Oxhorn Mountain, his legs kicking and howling, startling countless birds in the forest. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guesthouse mobile version. 478. In the past, there were few people in the mountains to the west. Only woodcutters, charcoal burners, and kill workers who dug earth came and went. Now, immortal mansions occupied the mountaintops, and there was also the immortal ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. Chen Pingan saw the local children squatting on the wall with their bowls in their hands, waiting for the ferry to pass by. Every time they happened to see it, they would shout and jump for joy. On the way back to Luopa Mountain this time, Chen Pingan and Pei Qian met a team of immortals going to Edai Peak. However, as time went by, after Wan Qiong established the Dragon Spring Sword sect, he was no longer just a saint, but a leader who needed to spread the wind and make friends. He began to lift the ban slightly. He asked Dong Jiyu, a disciple of Earth Immortal of Jindan, to be responsible for selecting a few routes to ride the wind. Then, he asked the Dragon Spring Sword sect for a few waste tokens in the shape of a pocket-sized iron sword, so that he could come and go freely in Longzhu Blessed Land. However, until now, among the dozens of immortal forces that still stayed in Longquan County, there were very few who could get the small iron sword. It was not that the Dragon Spring Sword sect was arrogant, but the person who made the sword was not Wan Qiong, nor was it one of his direct disciples. It was Wan Qiong's only daughter. The speed at which Miss Xiuxiu made the sword was extremely slow. She dawdled and only made 1 sword in a year. However, who would have the nerve to come and urge her? Even if they had the nerve, They might not have the courage. Now, there was a rumor on the mountain. A few years ago, the director of the Department for Purging officials of the Ministry of Rights personally led a group of Dali elites to the Bookslip Lake to reason. Miss Xiao almost settled everything with her own strength. The Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Ancestral Master Hall was located in the Kingdom of Mengliang, where Mount Yunxia was located. It was one of the second-rate powers on the Aquarius continent. Back then, when Great Li's cavalry was in a bad situation, it was not that the sect did not want to move, but it was because they could not bear to part with the immortal money needed to build a mansion. They did not want to waste it. Moreover, one of the ancestral masters of the Hall of Ancestral Masters was the only remaining Earth Immortal of gold core on the mountain. He was currently cultivating on Mount Edai with only a dozen or so disciples and grand disciples, as well as some servants and maidservants. This old cultivator did not get along well with the mountain master. The sect's move was to send this stubborn ancestral master away, so that he would not put on airs in front of the Hall of Ancestral Masters every day and make the juniors feel uncomfortable. Chen Pinggan did not walk in a hurry, but the carriage was not slow. He led Pei Chen to make way. Unexpectedly, the convoy also stopped. There were 2 carriages and more than 20 people in the convoy. There were only 3 real immortal masters of the Edai Peak, and the rest were servants on the peak. A young cultivator and 2 beautiful female cultivators came down from the carriage. One of the female cultivators was hugging a young white fox that was lazily curled up. The young cultivator was one of the direct disciples of the Edai Peak's ancestral master. He came to Chen Pinggan's side and took the initiative to greet him with a smile. "Mountain Master Chen, I am Edai Peak's Song Yuan. Previously, when my master brought me to visit Luopo Mountain, I stood at the back. Perhaps Mountain Master Chen does not remember me." These words were said politely but not greasily. It was very beautiful. Chen Pinggan actually recognized Song Yuan. He had a good memory and was never the kind of person who was arrogant. Back then, he could even remember Kui Ying of Qingfu Fang, let alone the direct disciple of a Jindan Earth Immortal on the neighboring mountain. In fact, when Edai Peak's Earth Immortal visited Luopo Mountain that day, not only did Song Yuan not stand at the back, it was his senior martial brothers and sisters who stood at the back. Song Yuan stood beside his master. After all, he was a disciple who was in seclusion and was the most favored. Chen Pinggan returned the greeting with a fist salute and asked with a smile, "Immortal Master Little Song, have you returned from outside?" Song Yuan was a little surprised. On Edai Peak, there was a martial uncle who also had the surname Song. Therefore, this Luopo Mountain's mountain master called him Immortal Master Little Song. Song Yuan nodded and said, "Junior Martial Sister Liu and I just came back from Yunxia Mountain to watch the ceremony." A friend was also watching the ceremony at that time. He heard that our Longquan County is a rare and beautiful place in the entire continent. He wanted to tour our Longquan County and came back with Junior Martial Sister Liu and I. Song Yuan took 2 small steps back without leaving a trace and extended his hand towards the 2 young female cultivators. "Let me introduce you to Mountain Master Chen. This is Junior Martial Sister Liu, my master's most favored granddaughter. Mountain Master Chen can call her Runyun. This is Fairy Ju from Nantang Lake's Green Plum Monastery. She is Junior Martial Sister Liu's best friend. We just came back from Chen's school and planned to visit Mount Cloud's Deer Academy first before returning to Edai Peak." Chen Pinggan called out to Miss Liu and Fairy Ju, then said with a smile, "Then I won't delay Immortal Master Little Song's journey any longer." Song Yuan smiled and nodded. He did not deliberately continue with the pleasantries. Relationships were not built like this. Among the cultivators on the mountain, as long as they were immortals of the middle 5 realms who had reached the mountainside, most of them were pure of heart and few of desires. They were unwilling to be contaminated with too many worldly affairs. Since Chen Pinggan did not take the initiative to invite him to Luopo Mountain, Song Yuan did not open his mouth. Even if Song Yuan knew that Fairy Ju from Green Plum Monastery beside him had already given him a meaningful glance, Song Yuan could only pretend he did not see it. Along the way to the north, this fairy, who relied on the catoptric deflection to make Nantang Lake's Green Plum Monastery gain a lot of benefits, was very stubborn. She did not want to miss out on any business connections and scenic views. Almost every time she arrived at an immortal's mansion or beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers, Fairy Jew would use the Green Plum Monastery's secret technique to intercept a picture and then embed her moving figure in it. During the holidays, she could send it to some rich and familiar spectators who spent a lot of money for her. Song Yuan accompanied her all the way. In fact, he was a little depressed. However, Fairy Jew and Junior Marshal Sister Liu had always had a good relationship. Junior Marshal Sister Liu also looked forward to her own Edai Peak being able to open the restriction of the catoptric deflection in the future. Learning from this smooth and slick Sister Jew, Song Yuan did not say much. Master doted on this granddaughter very much. However, he was unwilling to agree to this matter. He said that a woman dressed up like a flower branch, flaunting and showing her face in public all day long in front of a large group of lechers with evil intentions. What kind of words was that? Edai Peak did not lack this little bit of immortal money, so he firmly did not allow it. Fairy Jew also did not want Chen Pingan to move. She stroked the hair on her temples and said, "Mountain Lord Chen, I've heard Senior Marshal Brother Song mention you many times. Senior Marshal Brother Song admires you very much. He even said that Mountain Lord Chen is one of the top landlords in Lizhu Blessed Land. I wonder if it's rude for me and Runyun to visit Luopo Mountain together?" Song Yuan felt a chill run down his spine and smiled bitterly. In fact, he had told this Green Plum Monastery's Fairy Jew more than once that Lizhu Blessed Land was not as important as other immortal cultivation grounds. The situation was complicated, the roots were intertwined, and there were many immortals. He had to be careful with his words and actions. Presumably, Fairy Jew did not listen to him at all. In fact, she might even be more motivated and eager to give it a try. But Fairy Jew, oh Fairy Jew, this Dali Longquan County is really not as simple as you think. Chen Pingan smiled at Song Yuan and signaled little immortal Master Song not to think too much. Then, he said to the Green Plum Monastery's Fairy Jew, "Unfortunately, I will be leaving the mountain soon. I might disappoint Fairy Jew. The next time I return to Luopo Mountain, I will definitely invite Fairy Jew and Miss Liu to visit." Just as Edai Peak's Liu Runyun was about to speak, Song Yuan quietly pulled her sleeve. Fairy Jew bit her lips. "Is that so? Then I wonder when Mountain Lord Chen will return. Cheung Lin needs to prepare early." Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled. "It's hard to say for now." The graceful Green Plum Monastery's Fairy Jew bent her body sideways and curtsied. After straightening her slender waist, she said delicately, "I am very happy to meet Mountain Lord Chen. You are welcome to visit the Green Plum Monastery at Nantang Lake. I will personally bring Mountain Lord Chen to appreciate the plum blossoms. Our Green Plum Monastery's Plum Blossom Lake is the thickest in spring, has a long-standing reputation. We will definitely not disappoint Mountain Lord Chen." Chen Pingan smiled. "All right. If I have the chance to pass by, I will definitely disturb the Green Plum Monastery." Ju Cheung Lin saw the charcoal girl holding the mountain walking stick and smiled. "Little girl, how are you?" Pei Qian pointed at her red and swollen face, looking silly and stupid. "I'm not so good." Ju Cheung Lin still wanted to try to beat around the bush with this unlikable girl, but Chen Pingan had already taken Pei Qian's hand and left. Liu Runyun seemed to want to fight for Sister Ju, but not only did Song Yuan not let go, she directly grabbed her wrist. Liu Runyun felt a slight pain and was extremely surprised, so she endured it and didn't say anything. Liu Runyun grew up under the protection of her grandfather, so she lived a carefree life. She had a naive temperament and was rarely shrewd. However, Liu Runyun was still a proper Immortals genealogist. Even if she hadn't reached the Immortals cave realm yet, she wasn't really stupid. The carriages slowly passed by. After a long distance, the coachman, who had been instructed in advance, dared to speed up. Ju Cheung Lin lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the adult and child walking on the side of the road. However, the two of them only focused on hurrying, which made her feel a little helpless. She was proficient in all kinds of martial arts to bewitch men, but she actually met an unromantic blind man. Song Yuan sat alone in the front carriage and sighed. This fairy Ju really wasn't someone easy to deal with. When she returned to Yi Dai Peak, she must talk to her master in private so that Runyun wouldn't lead her astray. On the road, after Pei Qian performed a set of crazy swordsmanship, he asked with a smile, "Master, guess which one of the 3 people I like the most?" Chen Pinggan answered casually, "Yi Dai Peak's Liu Runyun." Pei Qian shook his head, "I'll give you 2 more chances." Chen Pinggan smiled, "Same as Master, Song Yuan?" Unexpectedly, Pei Qian still shook his head like a rattledrum, "Guess again, guess again." Chen Pinggan felt a little strange. Why Ju Qianglin? Chen Pinggan didn't dislike Ju Qianglin, who was good at currying favor, but he didn't like her either. The main reason was that her way of currying favor was too inappropriate and could easily cause trouble for Song Yuan. If she caused a bad impression, Ju Qianglin could return to the Green Plum Temple in Nantang Lake and continue to be a fairy. However, Song Yuan, who was half a friend to her, and Yi Dai Peak where Song Yuan lived, couldn't leave. This was the key reason why Chen Pinggan didn't want to give Ju Qianglin any face. Pei Qian stretched out a hand and gently shook it twice, indicating that he wanted to whisper something to his master. Chen Pinggan smiled and bent down. Pei Qian covered her mouth with one hand and whispered to him, "That fairy Ju, although she looks foxy, of course, she's definitely far less beautiful than Sister Guan and Yao Jinji. However, Master, let me tell you, I can see that in her heart, there are many poor little people in tattered clothes. They're about the same as me in the past, skinny and starving to death. As for her, she's very sad, facing an empty big bowl, not daring to look at them." Chen Pinggan's heart trembled. He suddenly looked up and saw that the carriage had gone far away. Chen Pinggan murmured the words that the fairy had said before, "So it's like this." Chen Pinggan walked slowly. Pei Qian waved the mountain walking staff and was a little puzzled. She raised her head, "Master, are you unhappy? Did I say something wrong?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and quickly thought of a remedy. She opened her mouth wide and shook her head, making a ravenous look. "All right, Master, I've already eaten all the words I wanted to say. Master, hurry up and be happy." Chen Pinggan smiled brightly and gently reached out to press down on Pei Qian's head, shaking her until her entire body swayed left and right. "After Master leaves Luopo Mountain, go and take your clothes with you. Feng, find that Sister Ju and invite her to Luopo Mountain as a guest. But if Sister Ju wants you to help pay a visit to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, don't agree. Just say that you're a child and can't make the decision. You can go to your own mountain as you wish. If there are some things that you really can't be sure of, you can ask Zhu Lian." Pei Qian replied with an "Oh, don't worry, Master. Right now, I'm treating people very well. The business of the shop has earned more than 10 taels of silver this month. 14 or 3 coins of silver. How many baskets of snow-white steamed buns could he buy in the Nanyuan Kingdom? Isn't that right? Master, let me tell you something else. After earning so much money, I was afraid that Sister Sharu would be tempted by the money, so I deliberately discussed it with her, saying that I would secretly hide the money with her. In any case, no one knows about it, so we'll just treat it as a girl's private stash. I didn't expect that Sister Sharu would actually say that she would think about it carefully. In the end, she thought about it for many, many days, and I was almost anxious to death. It wasn't until 2 days before Master returned home that she said that it was better to forget about it. Sigh, this Sharu, fortunately she didn't agree, otherwise she would have eaten my crazy demon sword technique. But seeing that she still has some conscience, I bought her a bronze mirror out of my own pocket. I hope that Sister Sharu won't forget her roots and look at herself in the mirror every day. Haha, Master, think about it. When Sister Sharu looks in the mirror, she sees an old man who isn't Sharu. Pei Qian was like a little sparrow circling around Chen Pinggan, chattering non-stop. Chen Pinggan touched his forehead, not wanting to speak. He really didn't know who was teasing who between the two of them. It seemed like neither of them had taken advantage of each other. Master, why don't you invite Ju Qianglin yourself? Forget it, with me, Master's first disciple, personally taking action, she should feel very honored. She should have a lot of face. I only approve of her unknown good deeds, not that she is not careful in managing relationships. That's why Master can't appear. Otherwise, if she visits Luo Po Mountain in Longquan County and mistakenly thinks that every mountain is like our Luo Po Mountain, with her style of doing things, she might be able to go smoothly at Green Plum Temple, but here, she will sooner or later run into a wall and suffer. Once there is a conflict with an immortal cultivator who can buy a mountain here, they won't care about Nantang Lake or Green Plum Temple. In the end, wouldn't it be us who harmed her? Master, you're beating around the bush. I'm also diligent and eager to learn. I like to think about things seriously, but in the end, my head hurts. Then don't think about it. Just listen. But it goes in one ear and out the other. It's not a good thing. Alas, old Chef Zhu always says that I'm not enlightened. He also likes to say that I'm neither tall nor smart. Master, don't believe him. Don't gossip behind people's backs. Oh, I know. Actually, it's not that you can't say anything, as long as you don't have any ill intentions. That's what a child's words are really like. The reason why Master seems unreasonable is because I'm afraid that you're young and will get used to it. You won't be able to twist it in the future. But what if I don't know that it's malicious, but it's actually really malicious? In the end, I do something wrong and do something bad. What should I do? Master is here. When they arrived at Luo Po Mountain, Zheng Dafeng was still busy supervising. He didn't care to pay attention to Chen Pingan, the mountain master. In Zhu Lian's house, the walls were already hung with scrolls of paintings, all of which were in the style of court ladies. They were all female gods from the northern peak. They were lifelike and very lifelike. There were more than 10 kinds of hair buns. Chen Pingan held back for a long time and asked, "Didn't Center Yuanji say that you're disrespectful?" Zhu Lian laughed and said, "The little girl only said that I'm a master painter." At that time, Chen Pingan held the bamboo hat and was speechless. The three of them went to the bamboo house together. Zhu Lian asked, "Young master, you're leaving just like that?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "The cross-continent ferry will arrive at Oxhorn Mountain in a few days." The stooped Zhu Lian rubbed his chin and smiled without saying a word. Chen Pingan was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" "Just say it." Zhu Lian scratched his head and said, "Nothing, I just thought of the partridges in our mountain for no reason. It's a bit sentimental before parting." Chen Pingan was confused. Zhu Lian said that he was going to take a look at Center Yuanji's practice and left. Chen Pingan went to the bamboo house and did not rush to go up. He sat on the stone bench by the cliff. Pei Qian quickly ran over with the girl in a pink dress named Chen Chujian. Chen Pingan skillfully reached out and took a handful of melon seeds. Chen Chujian was the incarnation of the fire python of literary fortune. In fact, she read a lot, so Chen Pingan could not help but ask, ancient poems and literary writings. "What's the story about partridges?" Chen Chujian quickly stopped eating melon seeds and sat down. She talked a lot about partridges and poems. Pei Qian was sleepy and quickly ate more melon seeds to wake himself up. Chen Pingan felt that he did not really understand the meaning behind Zhu Lian's words. It was mostly similar to hearing partridges deep in the mountains and describing the pain of parting. However, Chen Pingan was too lazy to think too much about it. He still had to go up later and should worry more about himself. The little girl suddenly laughed and said, "There's another sentence. The stream is swift and the ridge is rugged. Can't walk, brother." Pei Qian had a flash of inspiration and said, "Oh, old chef is talking about Sister Xiuxiu." Chen Pingan put down the melon seeds in his hand, got up quietly and went up to the second floor. It was good to be fed some punches. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second to remember, book guest house mobile version of reading website. 479. On the second floor, the old man Kui Cheng was still barefooted, but he did not sit cross-legged today, but closed his eyes and focused, pulling out a fist stance that Chen Pingan had never seen before, 1 palm and 1 fist, 1 high and 1 low. Chen Pingan did not disturb the old man's stance. He took off his bamboo hat, hesitated for a moment, then took off his sword immortal as well, and sat quietly by the side. Kui Cheng opened his eyes, his posture did not change, and spoke slowly. "The world's fist techniques are either hard or soft. My fist technique can be said to be hard, in the past when I roamed the world, I have seen many soft fists, but I have never seen a fist technique that can be called soft. Chen Pinggan thought for a while, then said, other than the fist technique and the stance, one's temperament must be compatible. Compared to the old senior's fist technique, if one does not compete for the fist technique, the weight of the fist intent, and only wants to train to the soft realm, it should be more difficult. The disciples of the Taoist sects who cultivate in the mountains are willing to switch to fist techniques. The possibility of that is higher, but for pure martial artists, it is very difficult. The stance starts from the bottom, the intent starts from the inside. If one does not have the intent, they can forget about reaching the top. Kui Cheng kept his stance and nodded his head. That's not bad. Seems like your comprehension of fist techniques is better than that kid. Chen Pinggan was already used to it. Wanting to get a word from the old man was extremely difficult. It was probably similar to when Zheng Dafeng talked to old Yang for more than 10 words. Kui Cheng sat down and looked at the young man. After returning from the Books Lake, after training in the building, and traveling to the central region of the Aquarius continent, he was no longer haggard with sunken cheeks, but his eyes were the focus of his chi. The young man's eyes were deeper, like an ancient well. If the well was dry, it would be pitch black, but if the well was overflowing, it would be even harder to see the bottom of the well. Kui Cheng asked, if you were given another chance, if time flowed backwards, your state of mind would not change, how would you deal with Jiyu Kan? Would you kill him or not? Chen Pinggan replied, I would still not kill him. Kui Cheng frowned. Why not? If he killed them, he would have a clear conscience. Even if he kept the displeasure of killing his loved ones in his heart, it was very likely that in the future, his fists would be heavier and his sword would be faster. Only when one's heart is filled with great grief and indignation can one have great willpower, and not a blunt knife in one's heart that can wear away one's willpower. Killing Jiyu Kan was also a way to stop his mistakes, and it would save him a lot of trouble. You can still make up for it afterwards. You can continue doing what you did before. Do you think Jiyu Kan can do better than you in the water and land dojo and the grand cyclic ritual? Chen Pinggan, let me ask you, why is it that when other people do evil, they can die under your fists and swords, but you can't kill Jiyu Kan, who is indebted to you for a meal and a set of clothes? The old man's tone and words became heavier and heavier. In the end, Kui Cheng's chi power was like a mountain pressing down. What was even stranger was that Kui Cheng clearly did not have any fist intent on him. Not to mention a martial artist of the 10th state, he was not even a martial artist now. Instead, he looked more like an old teacher of the academy who was sitting upright and wearing a Confucian robe. A clear conscience. You're not even Chen Pinggan of Mud Bottle Alley. How can you walk the world with a sword and speak for the world on her behalf? Chen Pinggan twitched the corner of his mouth, as if he was sneering. Putting righteousness before family at Calligraphy Lake? Is it difficult to kill Jiyu Kan and walk away? Yes. Was it as difficult as spending 3 years at the Bookslip Lake? No. Did my choice make the world at Calligraphy Lake a little better in the end? Yes. After Jiyu Kan survives and makes up for the evil karma he owes, will his nature remain unchanged and he will continue to do evil things, so that it will still be a bad thing for the world in the future? I'm not sure, but I'm watching. Even if I travel far away in the North Continent, Seng Yi and Ma Duyi are not the only ones watching. Liu Jimao of Verdant Gorge Island, Liu Larocheng of Gong Willow Island, and Guaniran of Pond Watertown are all watching. The old man was still not satisfied with this answer. It could be said that he was even more annoyed. He glared at Meng Qi, put his fists on his knees, and leaned forward slightly. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, whether it's difficult or not, and how you view Jiyu Kan, that's your problem. Now I'm asking you about your conscience. Is there a difference in reason between close and distant? If you don't kill Jiyu Kan today, what will Chen Pinggan do when Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, Zheng Dafeng of Luopa Mountain, Li Baoping, Li Huai, or I, Kui Cheng, commit evil deeds in the future? Chen Pinggan looked calm. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Kui Cheng asked, then what's your doubt now? After talking to Wei Pai, there's one less. Chen Pinggan answered, so now I'm just thinking about how to be the strongest martial artist and how to become a sword immortal. Kui Cheng shook his head. A child carrying a big basket is not promising. Chen Pinggan smiled. Then I implore you to live for another 100 or 1,000 years. When the time comes, we'll see who's right. Kui Cheng glanced at the door that Chen Pinggan intentionally left open and mocked, looking at the way you came in, it doesn't seem like you have the guts to say such words. Chen Pinggan patted his stomach. There are some big words that I have to say at the last moment. Kui Cheng nodded. You're still itching for a beating. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, Senior, do you think I'm a good person? Kui Cheng nodded. Yes. Apart from being chivalrous, he did not ask for anything in return. Naturally, he was a good person. Chen Pinggan asked again, do you think I'm a moral saint? Kui Cheng glanced at the young man. Yes. Chen Pinggan turned his head to look outside and smiled. Then it seems that there are indeed too many smart people in this world. Kui Cheng laughed heartily. It was as if he was waiting for Chen Pinggan to say that. Chen Pinggan said slowly, the old Daoist from the East Sea Monastery deliberately imparted to me the Venology, as well as the Buddhists' karmic enlightenment and the Confucians' fundamental knowledge. Of course, in order to break through the situation, I also thought about the imperial tutor, Kui Dong's Kung Fu. It was very difficult for me to think about it. I can only say that I gained some enlightenment by chance, but I still only know the surface. However, during this period, I had a very strange idea. At this point, Chen Pinggan casually took out a bamboo slip and placed it on the ground in front of him. He stretched out his finger and gently drew in the middle. If the entire world is one, then can we say that whether the world is good or bad depends on the good and evil thoughts of all living beings, as well as good and evil deeds converge and then tug of war between both sides? If one side wins completely one day, the world will be turned upside down, and another kind of existence will be replaced. Good and evil, rules, and morals will all change. Just like when the divine path was destroyed, the celestial court collapsed, and thousands of gods collapsed. The 3 sects and hundreds of schools rose up to stabilize the mountains and rivers. But after cultivators achieve immortality and obtain the immortality of heaven and earth, they are completely cut off from the mortal world. They are no longer human, and the world has changed. What does it have to do with the me who has long transcended the mortal world? Kui Cheng pointed to the slender bamboo slip in front of Chen Pinggan. Perhaps the answer has already been found. Why do you need to ask others? Chen Pinggan looked down. On the yellowed bamboo slip, there was a sentence that he had personally engraved: victory and defeat for a moment depends on strength, victory and defeat for eternity depends on reason. Chen Pinggan murmured, but how many ordinary people at the foot of the mountain, even the cultivators on the mountain, can see this eternity? Why is it so difficult to be a good person? Why do you have to pay the price for being reasonable? Why do you have to pin your hopes on the next life if you can't live well in this life? Why do you have to rely on status, power, cavalry, cultivation, fists, and swords to reason? Kui Cheng smiled. You can't figure it out. Chen Pinggan was silent. Kui Cheng stood up and pointed up. If you can't figure it out, then go and ask someone who might have figured it out. For example, the old Shotsai. The old Shotsai claimed that he was full of untimely knowledge and was able to invite the Taoist and Buddhist ancestors to sit down. You, Chen Pinggan, have 2 fists and a sword. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Pinggan raised his head. Kui Cheng withdrew his hand and smiled. You believe such big words. Chen Pinggan smiled. Kui Cheng asked, what do you think of a scholar in a peaceful and prosperous time pointing at a martial artist in a chaotic time who has plunged the people into misery and suffering, scolding him that even though he has unified the mountains and rivers, he is still killing the innocent and is not a good person? Chen Pinggan replied, let's not talk about good and evil. He's just stupid and bad. The key is that even though he said the other party's merit, he didn't actually acknowledge it. The reason why he said that was just to make it easier to say the second half of the sentence. Therefore, he was stupid and bad. Kui Cheng pointed outside the house. With this answer, the person who came to Luo Po Mountain and didn't know whether to meet or not is probably willing to meet you. Next, it depends on whether you are willing to meet him or not. How to talk when you meet him is your own business. Remember to close the door after you go out. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked. The old scholar was dressed in a Confucian robe. He was neither shabby nor noble. Chen Pinggan stood up and walked out of the house. He gently closed the door. The old Confucian stood by the railing and looked to the south. Chen Pinggan and the former first disciple of the sage of literature, Dali Xiuhu, stood side by side. Kui Dong took the lead and went downstairs. Chen Pinggan followed behind. The two climbed up the mountain and went to the mountain god temple. Song Shan Shen had already retreated with his golden body. After leaving the bamboo building, the two still walked slowly side by side and climbed up the stairs. Kui Dong's first sentence was unexpectedly a digression. Wei Pai didn't greet you because I pressured him with my power. You don't have to bear a grudge. Chen Pinggan said, of course. Kui Dong asked, how did you feel about the trip to Calligraphy Lake? Chen Pinggan said, to be polite, it was okay. Although it was a bit bad, it wasn't all for nothing. Sometimes, I have to thank you. After all, bad things don't come too early. If you say something harsh, then I'll remember it. When I have the chance in the future, I'll ask the imperial tutor for repayment. Kui Shi made a sound of acknowledgement. He did not care at all. He continued, Fuyao continent is starting to fall into chaos. Tongyi continent has profited from this disaster. The plans of the few great demons have been exposed early on, and they are starting to stabilize. As for the distance, it's hanging upside down. The South Hassa continent, which is closest to the mountain, has Chen Chunan, so it shouldn't be chaotic. Once the Great Wall of Sword Qi is breached, the inverted hanging mountain will be taken back by Daoist No. 2, and the South Swirling continent and Fuyao continent will most likely fall into the hands of the demon race. Therefore, the demon race will be able to occupy the fate of the two continents. After that, there will be a short period of stability before they attack the central divine continent. When that happens, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless Confucian sages and gentlemen will perish, and the 100 schools of thought will also suffer great losses. Fortunately, a scholar who is not affiliated with any branch of the Confucian school has left an isolated island in the sea and cleaved open the pass of a secret realm with his sword. This secret realm can accommodate a large number of refugees, and the disciples of the Confucian Academy from the 3 continents are already preparing for the migration. Kui Dong paused for a moment. This is only a part of the truth. The complicated plan behind this, the bets of both sides, the vast world, the Confucian school, and the 100 schools of thought, is a mess. This is much more difficult than picking up a thread in someone's mind at Bookslip Lake. People's hearts are different, so you can't blame the heavenly Tao for its impermanence. Chen Pinggan was expressionless. He subconsciously reached for the blade-strengthening gourd to drink, but he quickly stopped. Kui Dong walked up step by step and said slowly, the silver lining is that we still have time. Kui Dong said, Kui Dong Shan probably didn't tell you this in the letter. He probably wanted to wait for you to return from the North Continent before mentioning it. Firstly, it would prevent you from being distracted by your sword practice. Secondly, at that time, his disciple, even with Kui Dongshan's identity, would be rich in our Aquarius continent. That's why he came to you to show off. I can even roughly guess that at that time, he would say to you, Mister, don't worry, with your disciple here, the Aquarius continent will also exist. Kui Dongshan would feel that it would make him feel at ease. Kui Dongshan being able to do things willingly is far better than me scheming against him and making him lower his head and leave the mountain. I also need to thank you. Chen Pinggan did not say anything. Kui Dong glanced at the jade hairpin in Chen Pinggan's hair. Chen Pinggan, what should I say about you? When you are smart and cautious, you are not like a young man back then. Now, you are not like a young man who has just turned 20. But when you are foolish, you will also be in the dark. It is the same for people and things. Why did Zhu Lian remind you that the partridges are chirping in the mountains? If you are truly calm and act like a Buddha, why are you afraid to say goodbye to a friend? Whether it is resentment or love in the world, it is not what is said, it is what is done. Moreover, have you ever thought that in the Battle of Old Dragon City, the person who attacked was the Ascendant Realm Du Mao, and it was his natal item, the sword-swallowing boat, so even the jade tablet she gave you was destroyed. If it was an ordinary hairpin, would it still exist? Kui Dong put his hands behind his back and raised his head. One small clue reveals the general situation. You have been looking at the bright sun, your heart is like flowers and trees, borne towards the sun. Then, the shadow behind you, do you want to look back? Chen Pinggan reached out and touched the jade hairpin. After retracting his hand, he asked, "Why did the imperial tutor say these sincere words to me?" Kui Dong smiled and said, "Half of me is now your disciple. My grandfather is still living in your house. As the Dali imperial tutor, do you want to talk about separating public from private interests?" Chen Pinggan believed, but not completely. Kui Dong walked to the top of the steps and turned to look into the distance. Chen Pinggan took off the blade strengthening gourd, raised it, said that he wanted to drink some wine, and then sat on the steps. Kui Dong asked, "Who do you think will be the new emperor of Dali? Song Jianqiang, the vassal king? Song Jisin, who is raised in Liju Cave? Or the prince, Song He, who is favored by the empress?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. Kui Dong smiled and said, "Song Jianqiang chose Song Jisin, and I chose my disciple, Song Jisin. Then, we made a compromise. A temporary capital will be built somewhere south of Lakeview Academy. Song Jisin will be a vassal king in Old Dragon City, and he will be in charge of the temporary capital. Among them, the empress, who has been eating vegetarian meals in Changchun Palace for several years, couldn't say a word. She didn't dare to say anything for fear of death. Now, she probably still thinks that she's dreaming and can't believe that such a good thing can happen. In fact, the former emperor hoped that his younger brother, Song Jianqiang, could directly ascend the throne after supervising the country. However, Song Jianqiang didn't agree and burned the edict in front of me. Chen Pinggan drank wine and wiped his mouth. "In that case, everyone is happy." Kui Dong asked, "After you left Red Candle Town, you went all the way south to Book Lake. What do you think?" Chen Pinggan said, "Many people died." Kui Dong gently lifted his foot and stepped on it. The joys and sorrows of the world naturally have no distinction between high and low. Even the weight is not much different. However, there is a difference in position. Kui Dong asked, "Do you know why I chose Dali as my base? And why did Qi Jingchun want to build Cliff Academy in Dali? At that time, Qi Jingchun didn't have no choice. In fact, there were many choices that could have been better." Chen Pinggan said, "I only know that it wasn't like the rumors. Mr. Qi didn't want to restrain you, the senior apprentice brother who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. As for the truth, I don't know." Kui Shi smiled and said, "Qi Jingchuan's favorite thing to do in her life is to do strenuous and thankless things. He was afraid that I would cause too much trouble in Aquarius continent and implicate the old scholar who has already distanced himself from it. Therefore, he had to personally see what I was doing before he could be at ease. He had to be responsible for the people of the continent. He felt that no matter who we are, if we have to pay the price when pursuing something, as long as we put our heart into it, we can make fewer mistakes. Correcting mistakes and remedying them are the responsibility of a scholar. A scholar can't just talk about serving the country. This is the same as you at Book Lake. You like to take responsibility. Otherwise, where would you have died in that deadlock? If you killed Ji Kan directly, when you become a sword immortal in the future, it would be a great story." Chen Pinggan didn't say a word. Kui Dong smiled. "I know you don't believe me. It's okay. I'm telling you this because it's a private matter, so I have my own motives." Kui Dong asked, "Have you ever thought about why Alliance and Qi Jingchun were so close? Back then in Dali's capital, why didn't he kill me or even the late emperor of Dali? Why did he only destroy the fake Beko Keikyang building and let the late emperor live for 3 years?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "I don't know." Kui Dong smiled. "Why don't you follow a certain smelly cow nose's logic and think about the facts that you have already seen? It's not hard to deduce a thing or two." Chen Pinggan said slowly, "Dali's steel cavalry went down south earlier than expected. That's because Emperor Dali had his own selfish motives. He wanted to be with Dali's steel cavalry when he was alive, and see the Aquarius continent's southern seacoast." Kui Dong pointed to a place. "Let's take a look at the inverted suspended mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi." Chen Pinggan frowned. The great battle that decided the ownership of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was because of alliance. The Yin-Yang Lu clan's deduction did not look at the process, only the results. In the end, there was a huge mistake. Kui Dong shifted his finger. So what if it's the Tongyi continent? Chen Pinggan said, it seems that fate protected the continent, causing the demon race's plan to surface prematurely, allowing them to escape. If we assume that the demon race can really break through the Great Wall, then the Tongyi continent is not suitable to be the first to attack. The danger is leaning towards the South Whirlpool continent and the Fuyao continent, especially the latter. Kui Dong pointed to the ground. How's the territory of the Aquarius continent? Chen Pinggan took a sip of wine. It's the smallest of the 9 continents in the vast world. Kui Dong asked again, there are big and small territories. Is there a difference in the size of each continent's fate? Chen Pinggan shook his head. No. Kui Dong's finger kept pointing south. You're going to the North continent. Is the Aquarius continent and the Tongyi continent considered far apart? Chen Pinggan gripped the blade-strengthening gourd tightly and said, compared to the other continents, it's extremely close. Kui Dong raised his hand and pointed behind him. Previously, the sword cultivators of the North continent covered the sky and rushed towards the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Did you see it with your own eyes? Chen Pinggan's forehead was covered in sweat as he nodded with difficulty. Kui Dong smiled. No wonder you couldn't see the world's situation clearly. Now, one of the leads has appeared. Let me ask you first. Does the East Sea Monastery's old monastery head want to compete with the Dao ancestor in terms of Dao techniques? Chen Pinggan nodded. Kui Dong asked again, then do you know why people like to joke and call Taoists the stinky old Taoist? Chen Pinggan said, because it's rumored that the Dao ancestor once rode a green ox and traveled the world. Kui Dong sighed softly. This is one of the leads. That old monastery head is one of the oldest living people in the world. You can't imagine how old he is. Chen Pinggan put away the blade-strengthening gourd and rubbed his face with both hands. His palms were sweaty. So that's the true identity of the East Sea Monastery's old monastery head. Kui Sha smiled and said, why don't you think about the worst outcome, the one that brought the best outcome to the Tongyi continent? Was the young man who unintentionally ruined the plan of the Fushang sect's great demon the work of the old Daoist? Of course, the young man didn't mean it, but the old Taoist did. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He used the sword furnace as a pillar to settle his mind. His thoughts were chaotic like snowflakes. Even if he didn't care about the survival of the Tongyi continent, what about the people he knew? Let me give you a word of advice. Don't go overboard. Believe it or not, those who won't die may even benefit from the disaster. After you say that, most of them will die. As I said before, luckily we still have time. Kui Dong obviously didn't care much about this. He didn't care what Chen Pinggan did. He only said indifferently, I once traveled the world. One of my fundamental knowledge, other than the old scholar looking down on the theory of merit, was in the word fine. So before I stepped into the Aquarius continent, I already believed in 2 things. The demon race will definitely break through the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Once the demon race invades the world, they will definitely attack the Tongyi continent. As long as they take down the Tongyi continent, what is the small Aquarius continent? Half of the top sword cultivators in the North continent. What is it? A pure jade continent full of merchants, facing a strong enemy. How much backbone do they have? Kui Dong waved his hand. At least 3 continents will be in our hands in the blink of an eye. Once the pure jade continent judges the situation and chooses to surrender without a fight, even if the pure jade continent chooses to be neutral and not help either side, who will lose more? In that case, how many continents will the demon race occupy? Will that be considered as having a firm foothold? How many continents are there in the world? The demon race will then slowly plot against the northwest Liu Xia continent. Is it really what some self-proclaimed intelligent people think, that the moment the demon race enters, they will be locked up and beaten? The world will then have the opportunity to take over the savage desolation world. Chen Pinggan slowly stood up, I understand. Not only did he understand why Kui Dong-shan had that problem when he was at the Cliff Academy, he also understood why Alliance did not kill the Dali dynasty that year. Kui Dong laughed out loud and looked around. You say that I, Kui Dong, am ambitious and want to spread my knowledge to the entire continent. To be the imperial advisor of a continent and a country, is this considered a great ambition? Kui Dong's face was full of ridicule and shook his head. One fist to break a mountain, one sword to kill millions of people. Is it powerful? Is it refreshing? In the big picture, you, Chen Pinggan, can wait and see. Count with your fingers, the cultivators of the upper 5 realms of Tongyi continent, whether you are good or evil. In the end, how many mountains can you leave behind? How many immortals can survive? Then look at the demon race that is pouring into Tongyi continent like a tide, whether they accept money, whether they are reasonable. Kui Dong's mouth curled up. Everything has to be repaid. Kui Dong stretched out a palm, and like a knife, quickly cut down. When Alliance was at Dallas capital, he did not say a word to me about this. But at that time, I was even more certain that Alliance believed that the worst outcome would come, just like Qi Jingchun that year. This has nothing to do with whether they recognize me, Kui Dong, as a person or not. So I want all the scholars of the vast world, and those bastards of the savage world to take a good look, how I, Kui Dong, use my own strength to convert the resources of a continent into the strength of a country, and with Old Dragon City as the fulcrum, I will build an impenetrable defense line on the southern coast of the Aquarius continent. Kui Dong waved his sleeves, and the wind and clouds changed. The peak of Luo Po mountain was instantly covered in clouds. The world was pitch black, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. At the same time, Chen Pinggan discovered that under his feet, a map of mountains and rivers gradually appeared, like the stars in the sky, like the lights of a city. South Po Suo continent, Southwest Fuyao continent, East Aquarius continent, Southeast Tongyi continent, North Julu continent, North Baifeng continent, West Jinjiao continent, Northwest Liuxia continent. Finally, there was the Central Plains divine continent that was surrounded by stars. The sky was round, and the earth was round. This was not strange, because the vast world was one of the fragments, and so were the Qingming world and the savage world. Chen Pinggan wanted to speak, but stopped, and did not ask the question, because he already had the answer. Why didn't you, Kui Dong, announce this to the world? No one would listen, and they might not believe it. And once it was revealed, the Yarrow would naturally have a countermeasure. Kui Dong changed the topic, and smiled. There was once an ancient prophecy, but it was not widely circulated, and there are probably not many people left who believe it. When I was young, I accidentally flipped through a book, and when I happened to read that sentence, I felt that I really owed that person a cup of wine. This prophecy was, Masters of the World. It was not the master of the yin-yang branch, but the lowest of the 100 schools of thought, the master of mathematics that was looked down upon even more than the lowly Shang family. The master of mathematics was the master of knowledge, and was ridiculed as the Shang family's accountant, that abacus. Our 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought have so much knowledge. Do you know where the floor is? It is impossible to measure, and it is more inclined to ask one's heart, and they like to seek the great way from the void, and are unwilling to measure the path under their feet accurately. Therefore, when the later generations pursue knowledge and start walking, there will be problems. And the sages are not good at it, and are unwilling to talk about it in detail. The 3,000 words left by the Tao ancestor were already a lot, and the Buddha simply did not write. The fundamental knowledge of our Holy Master was also compiled into a sutra with the help of the 72 students. Kui Dong turned to look at the dazzled Chen Pinggan. You, Chen Pinggan, suffered so much at the Bookslip Lake. Why? Do you know little? Do you know little? Is the order of the old scholar bad? I don't think so. Chen Pinggan was unwilling to talk about this. Instead, he asked, why did you reveal the secrets of heaven to me? Kui Dong smiled and said, before the chess game at the Bookslip Lake began, I made a promise with myself. As long as you win, I will tell you these things, and you and Qi Jingchun will come to an end. Chen Pinggan asked, win? Are you joking? Kui Dong nodded and said, yes, it is a joke. Kui Dong shook his sleeves, and the map of mountains and rivers disappeared in an instant. He sneered and said, you, Qi Jingchun, Alliance, the old scholar, and the future Chen Qingju and Chen Chunan, aren't the things you have done a joke in the eyes of so many self-satisfied smart people? Kui Dong turned his head and looked at the young man in green with the blade-strengthening gourd. A swordsman, a paladin, and a scholar. Kui Dong stretched out his finger and pointed to his head, saying, "The chess game at the Bookslip Lake has ended, but life is not a chess game. There is no new game. The good and the bad are still with you. According to your current state of mind, if you go on like this, your achievements may not be low. But you are destined to disappoint some people, and also to make some people happy. The two sides of disappointment and happiness have nothing to do with good or evil. But I am sure that you don't want to know the answer, and don't want to know who the two sides are." Chen Pinggan looked at the Dali imperial tutor. He was indeed very similar to the young Kui Dongshan, but they were indeed two different people. Kui Shi seemed to have some thoughts and finally said a few words that did not affect the overall situation. The mansion of the rich and powerful, 100 feet tall building, can hold up a round of moonlight. In the market, carrying water home, can also bring back 2 bright moons. Since ancient times, the drinkers have been the most difficult to get drunk. Chen Pinggan sat on the steps again and took off the blade-strengthening gourd. He raised his hand several times, but did not drink. Kui Dong said, "In your heart, Qi Jingchun, as a scholar, and Alliance, as a swordsman, are like the sun and the moon in the sky, showing you the way and helping you to travel day and night. Now I have told you all this. You already know what happened to Qi Jingchun, and you also know whether Alliance's sword was good or not. Then the question is, Chen Pinggan, have you really thought about what to do in the future?" Chen Pinggan was silent. Kui Dong left. Because Kui Dong was not interested in the answer. Chen Pinggan lay back, put the blade-strengthening gourd beside him, and closed his eyes. He suddenly thought of the words carved on the wall of the Huangliang Tavern on the inverted mountain. The words were crooked and crawling. It was written by Alliance to Mr. Qi. There was nothing good in Jianghu except for the wine. Chen Pinggan suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and said in his heart. A long golden line swept out from the bamboo building on Luopa Mountain and came to the top of the mountain. Chen Pinggan held it in his hand, pointed the sword downwards, and gently picked up the blade-strengthening gourd. Finally, he stretched out his arm and held the sword forward. He smiled and said, "Wine is enough. It's enough." Chen Pinggan went down the mountain with the sword and drank. After drinking to his heart's content, he was really drunk and staggered. When he passed by Zhu Lian's house, he happened to see Center Yuanji, who was practicing boxing under the moonlight. When she discovered that he reeked of alcohol, her eyes flinched and she stopped her stance, breaking off her fist intent. Chen Pinggan smiled and walked away. After he staggered away, he did not stop. On the mountain path, he turned his head and said, "Center Yuanji, your fist is really not good." Center Yuanji closed one eye and extended a finger, as if wanting to speak. There was a bang. Chen Pinggan fell to the ground. Center Yuanji sighed in her heart. Why was he pretending to be an expert and boasting? The young mountain lord hurriedly picked up the sword Immortal and the blade-strengthening gourd, and his footsteps became much faster. Look, he was clearly pretending to be drunk. Center Yuanji turned to look at old Immortal Zhu's house and felt indignant. To have such an impudent mountain lord, he was really on a pirate ship. On the other side of the cliff, Chen Pinggan lay on the stone table. His burning face was pressed against the cool surface of the table, and he just looked into the distance. He blinked and shook his head, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. In Longquan County, was there anyone who dared to travel with the wind in such a hurry? Extremely far away, a white streak of light hung in the sky. Its momentum was astonishing. It must have already alarmed many of the cultivators on the mountain. Chen Pinggan closed his eyes and ignored it. What was there to be afraid of in Luopa Mountain? He fell asleep just like that. That night, a white-clothed youth with a mole between his eyebrows was bewitched just to see the mister. He used all of his abilities and arcane treasures and hurriedly returned north. He was even more destined to hurriedly head south. He gently carried the green-clothed mister who was already sound asleep on his back. With light steps, He walked towards the bamboo house and called out softly, "Mister." He set a small target first, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. 480. As one of the tallest mountains in Liju Grotto Heaven, Luopa Mountain was the best place to admire the moon. Kui Dongshan, dressed in white, gently closed the bamboo door on the first floor. When the handsome young man stood still, it was truly the return of the moon and the clouds. Kui Dongshan tiptoed to the second floor. Kui Cheng was already in the corridor, the moonlight washing the railing. Kui Dongshan greeted him, and the old man nodded with a smile. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, while Kui Dongshan leaned on the railing, his 2 sleeves hanging over the railing. Kui Cheng didn't want to talk too much with Kui Shi. Instead, Kui Cheng wanted to get closer to this Kui Dongshan, who was split into 2 halves. Perhaps it was because Kui Cheng's memories were more similar. Kui Cheng asked, "Why did you come back?" Kui Dongshan said softly, "Wandering around outside, I always feel that there's nothing exciting about it. When I reached the boundary of Lakeview Academy, I wanted to meet the teachers, but I couldn't talk to them. I was annoyed, so I sneaked back." Kui Cheng laughed, "Since you're doing great things with a clear conscience, you must have perseverance. You can't always think about what's interesting and boring." Kui Dongshan used his chin as a rag, wiping the railing back and forth. "I know." Kui Cheng asked, "You're leaving tonight?" Kui Dongshan nodded. "I still have to do proper things." The old bastard likes to be serious, and is willing to admit defeat. Since I've chosen to lower my head to him, I naturally won't delay his great undertaking. I'll be diligent and honest. I'll treat it like I was doing homework with my teacher when I was young." Kui Cheng didn't say much. The old man didn't think he had the right to tell them what to do. Back then, he was pedantic, inflexible, and liked to put on airs. That was why the little bastard left home and traveled far away. He left the Aquarius continent in one breath and went to the Central Divine Continent to acknowledge a poor old scholar as his teacher. This was beyond the old man's expectations. Back then, every time Kui Dong sent a letter home asking for money, the old man was both angry and distressed. How much good knowledge could a dignified grandson of the Kui family learn in a shabby alley? That was fine. Since he admitted defeat to his family and asked for money, how could he have the nerve to ask for so little money every month? How many books could he buy? Even if he didn't eat or drink for a year, would he be able to gather a decent set of documents? Of course, the old man didn't know that the old scholar's knowledge was as high as the sun in the sky until much later. Kui Cheng said, "Kui Dong went to see Chen Pingan just now. He should have told him everything." Kui Dongshan made a sound of acknowledgement. He was not surprised that Kui Dong could see through him. In fact, Kui Dongshan saw Kui Dong the same way. After all, they were once the same person. Kui Dongshan turned his head. "Why don't I leave later?" Kui Cheng laughed and said, "If you leave early or later, can I stop you? Other than when I locked you up in the attic to study when you were young, when have you ever listened to your grandfather's words?" Kui Dongshan said, "I'll listen to Grandpa this time." Kui Cheng said, "Fine. If he nags you later, you can just push the blame to me." Kui Dongshan was beaming with joy. He skillfully climbed up the railing and landed on the ground floor. He swaggered toward Zhu Lian's residence and went to Pei Qian's courtyard first. He made a series of strange noises, rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and bared his fangs and brandished his claws. Pei Qian, who had just woken up, was startled. He quickly took out a yellow paper talisman and stuck it on his forehead. Then, without even wearing shoes, he rushed to the windowsill with his mountain walking stick in hand. He closed his eyes and performed a set of crazy swordsmanship, shouting, "Go, go, I'll spare your life." Kui Dongshan shouted angrily, "You broke my master's window. You have to pay for it." Pei Qian was stunned. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently pressed the talisman on his forehead to prevent himself from falling. If it was a demon who deliberately changed into Kui Dongshan's appearance, he couldn't let his guard down. She asked tentatively, "Who am I?" Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "Eldest senior sister." Pei Qian was relieved. It seemed that it was the real Kui Dongshan. She ran to the windowsill and stood on tiptoe. She asked curiously, "Why are you here again?" Kui Dongshan asked back, "Why do you care?" Pei Qian took off the talisman and put it in her sleeve. She ran to open the door, but Kui Dongshan was gone. She looked around but couldn't find him. When she looked up, she saw a guy in white hanging upside down under the eaves. Pei Qian was so scared that she sat on the ground. Tears were already in Pei Qian's eyes. Just as she was about to cry, Kui Dongshan was like an icicle hanging under the eaves on a snowy day. Kui Dongshan fell from the eaves in an upside-down position. His head hit the ground with a thud, and then he fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Pei Qian's tears turned into laughter. The grievance in her heart suddenly disappeared. Kui Dongshan got up, shook his snow-white sleeves, and asked casually, "Where's that blind bee *tch?" Pei Qian said carefully, "Sister Sharu is now busy with business at the shop. She helped me make money. Even if she didn't make any contributions, she still worked hard. You can't bully her anymore, or I'll tell master." Kui Dongshan sneered and said, "Tell? Your master is me. Sir, it's obvious that you're closer to me. When I met Sir, you were still playing in the mud somewhere." Pei Qian didn't want to be inferior to him in this matter. After thinking for a while, she said, "Master went to the Jishui country to travel the Jianghu and brought me a lot of gifts. Do you have any? Even if you do, can you have more than me?" Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "You want to compare your wealth with mine?" Pei Qian said seriously, "Our own doesn't count. We only compare what our masters and masters gave us." Kui Dongshan spread out his hands and said, "It's not shameful to lose to eldest senior sister." Pei Qian nodded and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances." Kui Dongshan stretched out a finger and poked Pei Qian's forehead. "You can talk nonsense and anger the ancient sages to death." Pei Qian slapped away Kui Dongshan's dog paw and said timidly, "Impudent." Kui Dongshan was amused. Little Charcoal used such a good phrase without any pride. Kui Dongshan started to walk out of the courtyard. "Let's go and play with the pig." Pei Qian was no longer sleepy. She happily followed behind Kui Dongshan and told him about her and sister Bao Ping's heroic deed of poking a hornet's nest. Kui Dongshan asked, "It's fine if you're naughty, but you even implicated little Bao Ping. Master didn't beat you?" Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Kui Dongshan sighed and said, "My master really treats you like his own daughter." Pei Qian was overjoyed. The big white goose was better at talking than the old chef. As for the big white goose, it was a nickname Pei Qian gave Kui Dongshan in private. She had only told sister Bao Ping, who was the most tight-lipped. When they passed by a house, there was the muffled sound of punching from inside the wall. Kui Dongshan stepped into the air and climbed up step by step. When he stood outside the wall, he saw a slender and beautiful girl practicing his master's best move, the 6-step pile walk. Pei Qian leaned the walking stick against the wall and took a few steps back. She jumped high and stepped on the walking stick. She grabbed the wall with both hands and exerted a little strength in her arms. She successfully stuck her head out. Kui Dongshan rubbed his face and muttered, "This punch really stings my eyes." Pei Qian lowered her voice and said, "Center Yuanji is not a bad person. He's just a little stupid." Kui Dongshan nodded and said, "I can see that." After all, Center Yuanji was a potential martial artist that Zhu Lian had his eyes on. She was a woman who had the potential to become a martial artist of the Golden Body realm. Only in a place like Luopa Mountain, where ghosts and immortals roamed, she was not the least bit conspicuous. Otherwise, if she was casually thrown into Combe country or Tsai country, once she climbed to the 7th realm, she would be a true grandmaster. It was just that Center Yuanji had just started practicing. It was not easy to immerse herself in the practice. Therefore, it was not until she took a short rest and stopped practicing that she heard the whispers on the wall. She immediately turned sideways and stepped back. She opened her hands into a boxing stance and looked up angrily and shouted, "Who?" When she saw the head of the handsome young man, she frowned. Where did this stranger who looked like a banished immortal come from? She then saw Pei Qian grinning at the side. Only then did Center Yuanji feel relieved. Kui Dongshan put his elbows on the wall and asked, "Are you a registered disciple of the Luopa mountain selected by Zhu Lian?" Center Yuanji did not answer and looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian smiled and introduced, "He is called Kui Dongshan. He is my master's student. We are the same generation." Center Yuanji began to murmur. The young master's student and disciple? Was this handsome young man in front of her stupid? Of all people, why did he have to find that ignorant and incompetent guy to be his teacher? All year round, he only knew how to wander around outside and be a hands-off shopkeeper. Occasionally, he would return to the mountain. She heard that if he was not messing around, he would drink and sell himself in the middle of the night. What could you learn from that guy? That guy was really blind. He dared to be someone's teacher. Was he that short of money? Center Yuanji sighed in her heart and looked at the handsome young man in white with some pity. Kui Dongshan said softly, "He is really stupid. He is not pretending." Pei Qian said, "I didn't lie to you." The two heads almost disappeared from the wall at the same time. They had a great tacit understanding. Center Yuanji could not hear clearly and was too lazy to care. Anyway, there were many strange people and strange things on the Luopa mountain. Kui Dongshan did not go to find Zhu Lian. He took Pei Qian to the top of the Luopa mountain. He stamped his foot and angrily shouted, "Come out." The mountain god of the Luopa mountain, Song Yuzhang, quickly showed his true body. Facing the young man whose true identity he had known in the past, Song Yuzhang bowed at the bottom of the steps outside the ancestral temple but did not call him anything. Kui Dongshan's face was gloomy and his body was full of killing intent. He strode forward. Song Yuzhang stood in the same place. Pei Qian saw the situation. Wonderful, Kui Dongshan is going to start a demon again? She hurried to catch up with Kui Dongshan and whispered, "Speak properly. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. When the time comes, the one who will be embarrassed will be master." Kui Dongshan sighed and stood in front of the mountain god of the Luopa mountain with a calm expression. He asked, "Being an official is like dying. You finally became a mountain god, but you still don't understand." Although Song Yuzhang was in awe of this imperial advisor Kui Shi, he had a clear conscience about how he conducted himself in society. Therefore, he would never show the slightest bit of cowardice. Slowly, he said, "Let's not talk about the great Li lacking people who know how to conduct themselves. From the fallen Lu dynasty, to the struggling Gao clan of great sway, to the small vassal states like Huangting Kingdom, when have we ever lacked such people?" Kui Dongshan asked, "Then let me ask you. Whether being an official or a mountain god, you have been placed in these positions by the Song clan. Are you pursuing moral self-perfection or wholeheartedly for the country and the people?" Song Yuzhang asked, "Imperial tutor, can't I have both?" Kui Dongshan waved his sleeves and said impatiently, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Song Yuzhang bowed and said goodbye. Meticulously, his golden body returned to the clay statue and took the initiative to close the door, temporarily giving up the patrol of the Luopa mountain. Kui Dongshan took Pei Qian for a walk at the top of the mountain. Pei Qian curiously asked, "Why are you angry?" "I'm not angry. I'm never angry for stupid people. I'm just worried that I'm not smart enough." Kui Dongshan shook his head, spread out his hands, and gestured, "Everyone has their own way of living, knowledge, principles, old sayings, experience, and so on. Adding them together, it's like building a house for yourself. Some are small, like the small houses in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. Some are big, like the mansion on Peachleaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peachleaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peachleaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peachleaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peachleaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peachleaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peachleaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peachleaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peachleaf Alley and Fulu Street." Pei Qian nodded, "I like to see big and small houses, so I can understand what you're saying. That mountain god who's not afraid of you is obviously a closed-minded guy. He's stubborn and obstinate. Kui Dongshan turned his head and glanced at Pei Qian's eyes. He smiled. Not bad, very clever. Pei Qian crossed his arms and held the mountain walking stick. Of course, I'm about to go to school to study. Kui Dongshan smiled. Then I have to remind you that the space in a house is limited. You can't fit this in. Why do many scholars become stupid from studying? It's a kind of network of reading too many books. Every book you read will cover more windows and doors. So the more you read, the more you can't see the world clearly. In the blink of an eye, your hair will turn white, and you'll still be scratching your head. Why do I still live worse than pigs and dogs even though I've studied so much? In the end, I can only comfort myself that it's not my fault that the world's morals are deteriorating day by day. Pei Qian looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he whispered, I'm going to school so that master can be more at ease when he goes on a long journey. It's not like I'm really going to study. Study my ass, my head hurts. Kui Dongshan blinked his eyes, then laughed loudly and ran down the mountain. I'm going to complain. Pei Qian was stunned, then he burst into tears. He began to run as fast as he could to chase after the big white goose. Kui Dongshan suddenly stopped and stood at the bottom of a flight of stairs. He turned his head and saw a charcoal lass. In order to catch up to him, she didn't care if she would fall and hurt herself. She kicked off the mountain peak and leaped high. She looked very much like the straw sandals youth from Clay Bottle Alley, who flew like an eagle. Kui Dongshan smiled. Teacher, student, disciple. So the three of us are the same. We're all afraid of growing up, but we have no choice but to grow up. Suddenly, someone slapped the back of Kui Dongshan's head. The uninvited guest laughed angrily. You're bullying Pei Qian again. Before she finished speaking, a man in a green robe who had just rushed over from the Luo Po mountain bamboo house, with a tap of his foot, his figure flew over, hugged Pei Qian, and put her on the ground. Kui Dongshan smiled and bowed. Student was wrong. Pei Qian wiped the sweat off her face. She turned and began to speak up for Kui Dongshan. Master, I was just playing with him. We didn't actually talk about anything. Kui Dongshan pecked at the rice. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Pinggan smiled. Do you believe it yourselves? Pei Qian and Kui Dongshan said in unison. Yes. Chen Pinggan didn't get to the bottom of it. They were just fooling around anyway. The three of them went down the mountain together. Teacher's student, master's disciple. The green-robed and white-robed little charcoal. First set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. 481. The three of them came to the edge of the cliff and sat down. Kui Dongshan and Pei Qian were not willing to sit on the seat opposite Chen Pinggan, so they sat further away from their teacher or master. The moonlight at the gate was less than a lantern, but the mountain was still beautiful. The three of them looked into the distance. The one with the highest seniority was the one with the closest vision. Even with the moonlight, Chen Pinggan still could not see too far. Pei Qian, on the other hand, could see the faint light at Red Candle Town and the faint green at Chiduan Mountain. That was the mist left behind by Wei Pai's valiant bamboo of Green Immortal Mountain. As an earth immortal of Yuanying, Kui Dongshan naturally could see further. He could see the rough contours of Xiuhua, Chongdan, and Yuyo rivers. Pei Qian took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and placed them on the stone table. It was better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. However, the position where he placed them was slightly closer to his master and himself. Kui Dongshan heard the soft sound of the melon seeds falling to the ground. He came back to his senses and remembered something. He twisted his wrist and took out 4 bags of different sizes. He gently placed them on the ground. The fluorescent light flowed and covered the surface of the bags with a layer of colorful light that easily covered the moonlight. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, Teacher, this is the soil of the future 4 peaks of Aquarius continent. Although the bags are not big, they are very heavy. Even the smallest bag weighs more than 40 catties. They were dug from the roots of the ancestral veins of the major mountains. Except for the northern peak and Mount Biyun, they are all here. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work. Kui Dongshan laughed and said, What hard work! If not for this little bit of hope, I would have been bored to death. Pei Qian raised his butt and stretched his neck. Can I open it and take a look? Kui Dongshan waved his hand. Take a look, take a look. You will be ashamed to death. Take a look at how my student shares his burden. Then take a look at yourself. As the first disciple of his master, you are always sloppy. Are you satisfied with earning more than 10 taels of silver a month in Riding Dragon Alley? Without a net profit of 20 to 30 taels of silver a month, you have the nerve to ask for credit. To be able to earn 300 taels of silver a year and buy a decent small house in Longquan County City, that's more like it. Pei Qian crossed his arms and said, What's there to look at? I'm not looking anymore. Kui Dongshan grinned and said, Then I beg you to take a look. Will you take a look? Pei Qian gave him a thumbs up. Generous. Pei Qian did not give Kui Dongshan a chance to back out. He got up and went around Chen Pinggan to open the bags of legendary 5 colors soil. He squatted there and stared with his eyes wide open. His master had once said that there was a type of guanine clay that could be eaten when hungry. He wondered if he could eat this colorful soil. Kui Dongshan kicked Pei Qian's butt. Little girl, you're so short-sighted. Be careful that you don't meet any scholar with a sweet mouth in the future. You'll be abducted by him. Pei Qian reached out and patted his butt. Without turning his head, he said, If I don't beat their brains out, I'll be a chivalrous person. Kui Dongshan started to get down to business. He looked at Chen Pinggan and said slowly, Mister, on this trip to the North Continent, bring along Wei Pai's share as well. You can wait at the North Continent for the news to spread. It will take about 1.5 to 2 years. When the Song clan officially grants the title of the 4 Peaks, that will be the best time for Mr. to refine this item. This refinement cannot be too early, but it can be too late. Actually, let's not talk about taboos. In the future, refining the 5 colors soil in the Middle Mountains will be the most beneficial, and it will be easier to attract strange phenomena and gifts. However, we still have to leave some face for the Song clan. Otherwise, it will be too much of a slap to their face. The entire court will be watching. That brat Song, he has just ascended the throne, and he will become the emperor who has opened up the most territory in the Aquarius continent. It will be easy for him to get hot-headed. Once the people below him start stirring up trouble, even if the old bastard can suppress them, it will be a hidden danger to Luo Po Mountain. After all, the old bastard will be very busy. The world is like this. Those who do things will always make more mistakes. When the time comes to unify the Aquarius continent, the old bastard will have to face many restrictions from the central divine continent. It will not be a small problem. On the other hand, Song he who does not do anything is enjoying life. As long as people are idle, they will be angry. As for refining the 5 colors soil, I know what to do. Chen Pinggan nodded his head, then said worriedly, when the Dali Steel Cavalry takes over the Aquarius continent in one go, they will be rewarded for their contributions. It will be hard for the people to relax, and in the short term, it will not be good to reveal the secrets of the heavens to them. At that time, it will be the time to test your and Kui Dong's ability to rule the country. Kui Dongshan laughed. At that time, there will be many things to worry about, but it will not be a big mess. A new house, with a sturdy foundation and a good framework, with no cracks in the pillars, we will not be afraid of the wind and rain. The paper on the windows will be broken, and the roof tiles will fall. These are all small matters that need to be repaired. When the new house becomes an old house, with the doors rotting, the pillars cracking, and the house filled with termites, snakes, and rats, at that time, it will not be something that the old bastard and I will have to worry about. Chen Pinggan nodded his head, and did not say anything else. On the road to success, one had to pay attention to the details, and do not forget that the person in front of him was the ancestor of this knowledge. Kui Dongshan turned his head and glanced at the bamboo building. After retracting his gaze, he asked, Now that there are many mountains, Luo Po Mountain does not need to be said, it is already very good. As for the rest of the Grey Mist Mountain, Xieyu's back, Sword Reverence Stage, etc., have Mr. chosen the treasures that are buried there? Chen Pinggan laughed bitterly. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. I have some ideas, but I do not have any suitable items. The GUU money that was originally used to build the Luo Po Mountains mountain protecting formation was already used up, and it was not a long-term plan. So in this trip to the North Continent, other than training in the sword, he wanted to give it a try, to be a true wild cultivator, to visit the ruins of the immortal residence, to search for the Dragon Palace secret realm in the water, to see if he could earn some unexpected wealth to supplement his family. Kui Dongshan was about to speak. Chen Pinggan waved his hand and said, "Two different things, even brothers of the same family need to settle accounts clearly." Kui Dongshan was a little resentful. As long as he was willing to learn from his teacher's ability to be the child of wealth, perhaps in the vast world, only the person surnamed Liu in the White Jade continent could compete with him. Chen Pinggan asked casually, "Wei Xian has followed you all the way, how is his state now?" Kui Dongshan shook his head and said, after Wei Xian left the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, his ambition was not to reach the peak of martial arts. "The talents that I can use now are pitiful and can be counted on one hand. Since Wei Xian has that ambition, I will give him a push. When I return to the Lakeview Academy, I will quickly throw Wei Xian into Dallas' army. As for whether to choose to rely on Su Gaoshan or Cao Gui, we will see. It is not particularly urgent. When Dali goes south, there will not be many battles to the death like the Zhuang dynasty, but there will be many tough battles. Wei Xian can catch up, especially in the south where many immortals are used to abusing their power. Those thousand-year-old residences are even tougher, and Wei Xian's opportunity to stand out will come. Teacher, in the future, even if Luo Po Mountain becomes an abode on the mountain, and even if it is full of immortal qi, there will still be a need for one or two bridges up and down the mountain. Wei Xian will be in the temple, Lu Baixiang will be in the Jianghu, and Zhu Lian will stay by your side to perform their duties. At present, it seems that this is the best choice." Chen Pinggan nodded. Pei Qian asked, "What about Sister Sui?" Kui Dongshan did not answer Pei Qian's question, but said seriously, "Teacher, don't be anxious." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "The sentence in your previous letter, shake the great and destroy the strong, plan slowly. In fact, it can be applied to many things. Tongya Continent, Inverted Mountain, and Great Wall of Sword Qi." 482. In fact, Pei Qian was not sleepy, but Chen Pinggan urged him to sleep. When Chen Pinggan passed by Center Yuanji's house, there was still the dull sound of fists shaking clothes in the courtyard. Zhu Lian stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at Chen Pinggan with a smile. The two walked side by side, with a great difference in height. The northern men of the Baoping continent were tall, and Dali was a young man with a tall and sturdy body and outstanding strength. He was famous in the continent. Dali's standard armor and saber followed the Cao family's style and Yuan family's style respectively. They were famous for being heavy, and only northern elite soldiers could wear them. Chen Pinggan was now tall and slender, while Zhu Lian was habitually stooped. Just by looking at their backs, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chen Pinggan intended to let Zhu Lian rush to the Book Lake to deliver the Guyu money to Jiyu Kan and Zheng Yi for the preparation of the water and land dojo and the grand ritual of Ju Tian. Zhu Lian had no objections. During this time, Dong Shuijing would accompany them. Dong Shuijing would stop at Kaishui City and privately meet with the Pillar State Guan family's direct great-grandson, Guan Yiran. Whether it was Zhu Lian or Dong Shuijing, they were both people who made Chen Pinggan feel at ease. When the two of them traveled together, Chen Pinggan did not need to deliberately remind them of anything. Chen Pinggan did not hide the general trend of the world from Zhu Lian. After Zhu Lian heard about it, he did not lament. He only said that in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, his actions were just a dojo in a snail's shell. Now that he was in the vast world, he did not think about these magnificent things. He, Zhu Lian, could only sweep the snow in front of the door and add frost to the roof. When they reached the first floor of the bamboo building, Chen Pinggan asked Zhu Lian to take a seat while he began to pack his belongings. The day after tomorrow, they would board the ferry at the ferry port of Oxhorn Mountain. They would board a cross-continent ferry between Old Dragon City and North Continent. The destination was a famous place called the Land of Spiritual Beauty. It was so famous that Chen Pinggan had read about it in the Inverted Mountain Immortal book. Moreover, the book was not small. It was called the Bone Beach. It was an ancient battlefield site in the south of North Continent. The immortal sect that oversaw this place was called the Hemp Sect. It was a subsect of a great sect of the Central Continent. The sect had 100,000 Yin soldiers and Yin generals. Although they dealt with Yin spirits and ghosts, the Hemp Sect had a good reputation. The disciples of the sect would go down the mountain to gain experience and gather malicious spirits and evil spirits. When the sect's disciples went down the mountain to gain experience, they would gather malicious spirits and evil spirits. When the sect opened, they set down an iron law. The disciples of the sect were to go down the mountain to give orders to deities and ghosts, suppress demons and subdue demons. They were not allowed to ask for any reward from those who helped them. Regardless of whether they were high-ranking officials, dignitaries, or commoners, they were not allowed to take a single cent. Those who violated this rule would have their longevity broken and be expelled from the sect. That was why the cultivators of the Linen sect at the Skeleton Beach were also known as the Little Celestial Master in the North Continent. Within 1,000 miles of the Linen sect, there were many righteous ghost cultivators stationed there. That was why Chen Pinggan wanted to explore for a few more days after arriving at the Skeleton Beach. After all, occupying an island in the Bookslip Lake and building a sect suitable for ghost cultivators had always been Chen Pinggan's greatest regret. Zhu Lian saw Chen Pinggan take out the neatly folded golden wine robe. He hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to keep it and not bring it to the North Continent. Zhu Lian glanced at the folding fan that Chen Pinggan had placed on the table. It was a gift from Kui Dongshan. Even if Zhu Lian used his butt to think, he knew that it was undoubtedly a magic weapon. He smiled and said, "Young master, the golden wine paired with the folding fan is a perfect match for the beauty in her prime and the glazed mirror that reflects her delicate features." Chen Pinggan sat behind the desk and meticulously counted the immortal money. He said unhappily, "I'm going to the North Continent to practice my swordsmanship, not to sightsee. Moreover, it's said that in the North Continent, people fight and kill if they don't like you. If I dare to roam the Jianghu like that, wouldn't I learn from Pei Qian and stick a talisman on my forehead and write the words I'm asking for a beating?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master, no matter how chaotic the Jianghu is, it's not all about fighting and killing. Even the Bookslip Lake has its own culture. It's better to keep the golden wine with you in case you need it. It doesn't take up much space anyway." Zhu Lian suddenly had an idea. He smiled and said, "Why? Young master, have you thought about who you want to lend this item to?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "I want to find an opportunity to send it to Liu Xianyang from the Mellow Scholar Chen family in the South Soro Continent." Zhu Lian asked, "Is it through the Chen family from the Dragon Tail Stream who opened a school in the small town?" Chen Pinggan gently twirled a small coin. It was a topaz copper coin with seal script on both front and back. It was no longer the seal script of one of the 4 evil spirits of the Shushui country, Wei Wei, who had spent money to avoid disaster in the dilapidated ancient temple. The seal script of the small coin was engraved with 9 dragons spitting water and 8 divisions divine light. The seal script content of the small coin was like this, varied and indefinite. It was not like the snow coin, which was the only one in the world. This was of course the power of the god of wealth Liu Shi of the Snow Mountain continent. As for the origin of the small coin, it was scattered all over the place. Therefore, the exchange of the small coin and the snow coin was slightly fluctuating. Chen Pinggan said, when the Mellow Scholar Chen family came to Lizhu Paradise and examined the tombstone, his name was Chen Dui. Although his temper was not very good and his tone was harsh, his nature was not bad. The scholar that the Chen family from the Dragon Tail Stream of the Great Yong dynasty contacted Chen Dui was Chen Songfeng, a friend of mine named Liu Baqiao. We had a very good relationship. Although Chen Songfeng's temper was a bit soft, and he lacked confidence when facing the legitimate daughter of a noble family from the South Soro continent, Chen Songfeng was cultured and refined, and could not be faked. I believe that the 1,000-year-old reputation of a noble family is more valuable than a half-immortal weapon. Zhu Lian did not feel that there was anything wrong with Chen Pinggan sending the golden wine robe to Liu Xianyang, whether it was a gift or a temporary loan. However, the timing was not right. Therefore, he persisted in his opinion in front of Chen Pinggan, saying, "Young master, although you are now a warrior of the sixth realm and are only one step away from the golden wine robe becoming useless or even a burden, how can you not care about this one step away? The journey to the North Continent is bound to be filled with both danger and opportunity. To put it bluntly, if you really encounter a powerful sword cultivator with great killing power, even if you wear the golden wine robe and use it as the military due armor, it will still be a good thing to block a few sword strikes. When young master returns to Luopa Mountain next time, whether it is 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years, it will not be too late to send it to Liu Xianyang. After all, as long as you are not a pure warrior, even if you are a cultivator of the pure Jade realm, not to mention the earth immortals of the Jindan and Yuanying realms, you would not dare to say that wearing the golden wine robe is degrading." Chen Pinggan nodded and kept the golden wine robe into the flying sword 15 of the Fengsuan item. Zhu Lian said, "Since Kui Dongshan said that there is still half a century for us to operate steadily, and young master also agrees with this point of view, why did you change your mind at the last moment? This is somewhat unlike young master's temperament." Chen Pinggan stared at the lamp on the table and suddenly laughed. "Zhu Lian, let's drink some wine and talk?" Zhu Lian bowed and rubbed his hands. "That would be great." Chen Pinggan took out 2 pots of precious Osmanthus wine and moved the items on the table. He sat opposite Zhu Lian with a desk between them. Chen Pinggan then told Zhu Lian about the matter of rebuilding the longevity bridge, the obstacles of the state of mind, the gains and losses, the blessings and misfortunes during the period. He told Zhu Lian everything, no matter how big or small, about the shattering of the natal porcelain when he was young, the tug-of-war with the hierarch Lu Chen, the 300 years he spent with the old Taoist in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, the hole in his state of mind caused by the Wei Jin dynasty in the Wind Snow Temple and the Flood Dragon Valley. He also talked about his own reasoning, how he was badly battered at the Calligraphy Lake, why he had to shatter the golden body literary courage that had already shown signs of being virtuous, the gentle stinginess outside his heart, the farewells, and the more ghostly cries and wails outside his heart. This was the foundation of a person's Tao and was extremely taboo. It should be known to the heavens, the earth, and himself, and then it should not be known to anyone else. Many immortal Taoist companions on the mountain may not be willing to disclose this matter to each other. However, Chen Pinggan spoke so casually that Zhu Lian did not feel restrained. He only listened attentively and occasionally took a sip of wine. Chen Pinggan bent down and took out a small clay jar from the drawer. He gently poured out a small pile of broken porcelain pieces. He did not pour it directly on the table but placed it in his palm. Then, he gently placed it on the table. "These are the natal porcelain pieces that my father personally shattered. After that, my mother died of illness soon after. When I got them back then, I was in a daze. I did not think much about how they ended up in my hands. I was just sad." Chen Pinggan picked up one of them with 2 fingers. His eyes were dark and gloomy. He said softly, "Before leaving the Lizhu cave, I relied on this to kill Cai Qinqian of Mount Yunxiao in the alley. If I had failed, I would not have everything I have today. Everything that happened before and after was actually a gamble. Before I became an apprentice in the Dragon Kill, I learned how to survive. After I learned how to make porcelain from Old Man Yarrow, at least I did not have to worry about starvation or freezing to death. I began to think about how to survive. I did not expect that I would have to leave the town in the end, so I began to think about how to survive. After I left the blessed land of lotus flowers in the Taoist temple, I turned back and thought about how to live well and what was right." Chen Pinggan lowered his head and stared at the texture of the desk under the light. "In my life, there were many forks in the road. I took a long detour. But there was a good thing about being ignorant." Chen Pinggan raised his head. "That is, when I meet someone I respect from the bottom of my heart, I will know where they stand. I will be very curious as to why they can walk to that place. Then, it will be simple. I will identify the general direction and just focus on my work. I will be honest with myself and think more about my parents, Mr. Qi, and Ah Liang. If they encounter the same situation, what would they think and what would they do? After that, I actually kept learning. I wanted to take everything that I thought was good in others and make it my own. I was like a thief. Because I was afraid of being poor. I was too afraid. I wanted to keep all the things that I cherished. It's not that I didn't care about money at all. It's not that I, Chen Pinggan, was born to be a child of wealth. It's just that to me, I had nothing left. Suffering was too normal. I wasn't afraid at all. Even if I lost Luopa Mountain today and was beaten back to its original state, leaving only the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, I wouldn't be afraid. I stole a lot from all of you, and I also learned a lot. Other than you, Zhu Lian, there were also Senior Song from Swordwater Villa, Fan from Old Dragon City, Liu Yuju from Yuanxian Residence, Cao Ci from Great Wall of Sword Energy, Lu Tai, and even Imperial Tutor Zhong Qiu from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Zhu Fei from Chunchao Palace, Gentleman Zhong Kuei from Taiping Mountain, and our mortal enemies Liu Larocheng, Liu Zhimao, Zhong Yi from Bookslip Lake, and so on. I've been watching all of you silently. I'm very envious of the most outstanding aspects of all of you. Chen Pinggan sighed. That's why Senior Kui saw the crux of the problem. There's no such thing as taking advantage of others. Regardless of whether one's actions or methods are good or bad, there will be consequences. Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves with his hands. Being a person is different from practicing boxing. If you study hard and practice hard, the true meaning of boxing can be acquired. As a person, you take a little here and a little there. It's very easy to form. My state of mind, once my natal porcelain was shattered, it was already scattered. As a result, I've been reduced to a situation where I've been isolated. If I hadn't forcefully separated the primary and the secondary, the problem would have been even bigger. If I hadn't been dreaming and wanted to become a great sword immortal, it would have been fine. I'm a pure martial artist who climbs to the top step by step and doesn't care about these things. However, once I learn from the Qi cultivator, entering the middle 5 states is one hurdle, forming the Aurus core is another hurdle, and becoming the nascent soul is another hurdle. This is not the New Year's Eve of the common people. Every year, they will be able to endure it. If you don't mind it, you won't be able to overcome it. Chen Pinggan emphasized, I've never thought that I've been overthinking. I still firmly believe that the victory of a moment is based on strength. This is the road to the top. Victory and defeat throughout the ages is based on reason. This is the foundation of standing. Both are indispensable. In this world, there's no such thing as waiting for me to lead a good life before talking about reason. If you achieve great things by being unreasonable, you'll only be more unreasonable in the future. In the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, the old Abbey Dean was a scheming person. I've been watching silently, hoping to see the results of 3 things. But in the end, I didn't manage to do it. 2 things were skipped, and the last thing was cut off. I left the bank of the River of Time and returned to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. That thing was about a scholar in the history of Songshi Kingdom. He was extremely intelligent and had the background of Jinsha. He had great ambitions, but he had bumps and bruises in the officialdom. So, he decided to toughen up his temperament and learn the rules of the officialdom. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I really want to know if this scholar succeeded or gave up. Chen Pinggan stood up without realizing it. Holding the pot of wine that he had not drunk much, he paced back and forth behind the desk and muttered to himself, I know a lot of principles, and I know a lot of right and wrong. Even if I only look at the results and everything I did was not bad, during this period, I know my own joys and sorrows. It can be said that I have mixed feelings and am in a mess. For example, whether I should kill Jiyu Kan at Bookslip Lake back then, whether I should become an ally with Liu Zhimao, who is my sworn enemy, or whether I should feign civility with Liu Larocheng of Gongwillow Island. After I learn a lot of skills, how should I settle accounts with my enemy? Should I press forward without caring about anything else? Or should I think carefully, take a step back and think about whether to make some changes? If I make these changes, things will be right and reasonable. But deep in my heart, will I, Chen Pinggan, really be happy? Chen Pinggan stood still and shook his head. His eyes were firm, and his tone was firm. I'm not very happy. There was a moment of silence. Chen Pinggan raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He wiped his mouth. What should I do? In the beginning, I thought that as long as I went to the North Continent, I would be free. But Senior Kui exposed me. This move is useful, but not very useful. It treats the symptoms but not the root cause. This makes me very hesitant. I'm not afraid of taking risks, suffering, or being wronged. But I'm most afraid of the feeling of being at a loss. Chen Pinggan's eyes were sad. The world is big, but I'm all alone. I have no family. I look around. No one praises me when I'm right, and no one scolds me when I'm wrong. That terrible feeling when I was young has always been lingering around me. Whenever I think about it, I feel despair. I know that this mentality is very bad. I've been slowly changing over the years, but it's still not good enough. So, to Jiyu Kan, Liu Xianyang, and all the people I think are my friends, I can't wait to give them the things in my hands. Am I really a bodhisattva? Of course not. I just assumed from the beginning that I can't keep anything. But as long as they keep it in their hands, even if I can just take a look at it, it's not a loss. Whether it's money or things, it's all the same. Just like this Daoist robe, do I not like it? I like it. I like it very much. After going through thick and thin for so long, how can I not have feelings for it? What kind of person am I, Chen Pinggan? Even a thin horse, Chu Huang, that I've relied on for more than 2 years, had to be brought back from Bookslip Lake to Luorpa Mountain. But I'm just afraid that one day, I'll die on the way and my belongings will be snatched away. Or will it become the so-called immortal's opportunity and be left to someone I don't even know? Of course, it's better to give it to Liu Xianyang early on. Zhu Lian put down the wine pot and stopped drinking. He slowly said, "Young master's worries are not your own, but a problem shared by everyone in the world." Zhu Lian's hands gently stroked the armrest of the chair. "Not only you, young master, I also have it in lotus flower-blessed land. Ding Ying has it, and now all the scholars in the world also have it. Virtuous people, gentlemen, saints, and all the sentient beings in the world have it. The root of the knowledge of the 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought is actually a competition with the human heart. The Confucian's self-restraint and propriety, the gentleman's caution, the Taoist's quietness and inaction, and the Buddhist's subduing heart monkey and subduing horse. However, knowledge is great knowledge, but when it's put into practice, the threshold is still too high. It's just like the chicken dung and dog dung in the mud bottle alley, it's hard to manage. The merit of Kui Shi and Kui Dongshan's knowledge lies in the fact that they are able to manage the trivial matters outside the door. The drawback lies in the fact that they spend too much energy on trivial matters. Everything has a fixed amount of time and effort, it is easy for the human heart to go down the path. They are too pragmatic, unwilling to pursue empty matters, and thus it is difficult for them to go up. Zhu Lian stood up and stretched out a finger. He lightly tapped the table and grinned. Next, allow this old servant to make an exception. I won't talk about seniority and will directly call young master by his name. Zhu Lian continued, what does it mean to be stuck and unable to move forward? It meant that Chen Pinggan's way of looking at the world and his own heart were competing with each other. And these seemingly small knots in his heart would become more and more obvious as his martial arts reached a higher level and he reached a higher cultivation realm. When you, Chen Pinggan, become stronger and stronger, you can shatter bricks and shatter walls with one punch. In the future, even the walls of the secular dynasty's capital will be smashed to pieces with one punch. When you brandished your sword in the past, you could help yourself escape danger and intimidate the enemy. In the future, when your sword qi reaches the river, the immortal ancestral hall on a mountain will be obliterated. How can you be faultless? If you were Ma Kuxuan, a very annoying person, or even Liu Xianyang, your best friend, you wouldn't have to be like this. But it's precisely because of this that Chen Pinggan is the current Chen Pinggan. Zhu Lian pointed at Chen Pinggan. You are you. Zhu Lian drew a circle on the desk and said with a smile, at the Bookslip Lake, you only learned how to make your knowledge and principles harmoniously interact with the world. Not only can you solve problems, But you can also live a good life. You can also barely feel at ease without asking for external help. But in the following mind-examining game, you have to ask yourself who Chen Pinggan really is. Since you've chosen this path, then whether it's right or wrong, you have to know it all first. You have to see it clearly. Only then will you have the possibility of correcting the mistakes and perfecting the good. Otherwise, everything is lost. Zhu Lian pointed at Chen Pinggan again, this time slightly higher, pointing at the top of Chen Pinggan's head. Previously, you said that Wei Pai's words benefited you greatly. It said that in a person's heart, there must be a sun and a moon. Zhu Lian's finger slowly moved downwards, pointing behind Chen Pinggan. You also said that the imperial tutor, Kui Dong, said that a person's heart is bright and resplendent, like grass and trees facing the sun. Shouldn't he also look at the shadow behind him? Zhu Lian asked, what are these two sentences talking about? Zhu Lian asked and answered his own question. One is the future, the other is the past. So I have another question. How is the present? Who do you think you are? There's a common saying that I, Zhu Lian, value the most. Just right now, I can take it out and bask it in the sun. The lantern light and the moonlight, those who know others are wise, those who know themselves are bright. Understand why? What's the meaning of this word? It means that the state of mind is bright and untainted. It also means that the sun and the moon are both bright. Chen Pinggan returned to his seat and drank his wine. He seemed to have understood something, but also felt relieved. Zhu Lian finally smiled and said, there are some things that you can't understand even if you think about it. Don't be afraid. Move forward, move slowly. If you make a mistake, correct it. If you don't make a mistake, seek for something better. If you're right, seek for the best. Don't all martial arts and all knowledge fall on the word attainment. He went to the inverted hanging mountain, Tongya continent, lotus blossom blessed land, and Book Lake. Isn't the North Continent, which has been full of heroes since ancient times, the best place for Chen Pinggan to practice his swordsmanship? Bring a few more jugs of wine. Wear a green robe and wield a sword. Just travel north with a heroic spirit. By the time you return south, you might have already won the title of sword deity. Let the Jianghu remember the name Chen Pinggan for 100 years, 1,000 years. When Chen Pinggan heard the first part of this speech, he deeply agreed. When he heard the last part, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This wasn't something he would think about. Zhu Lian said in all seriousness, there are many infatuated beauties in the Jianghu. Young master, you have to be careful. Chen Pinggan was helpless. Zhu Lian, who said these words, seemed to be more familiar with him. Zhu Lian raised the jug of wine. I had a great time chatting with young master tonight. This old servant has been enlightened. May I be so bold as to finish the wine in the jug before leaving? Zhu Lian was even more familiar with this side of him. Chen Pinggan smiled as he raised the jug of wine and finished the Osmanthus wine in their respective jugs with Zhu Lian. After Zhu Lian carried the empty jug of wine and closed the door and left, Chen Pinggan began to pack his luggage again. The matter of the immortal money was stored in the jade pendant that Zheng Dafeng had given him in Old Dragon City. He had asked for 30 grains of grain rain money from Wei Pai, who helped to manage the money. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not use it. Only when he had the opportunity to refine the 3 natal items outside of water and earth would he use the money to buy a magical treasure that he liked and was suitable for him. In addition, he would bring 50 grains of small heat money and 1,000 grains of snow money. As a sword immortal, he naturally carried the blade strengthening gourd with him. He wore the green robe called spring grass. According to Zhu Lian's instructions, he carried the golden wine gourd in case of an emergency. The core condor bracelet given to him by Wu Yi of the Purple Sun Mansion was equivalent to an attack from an earth immortal. It was an offensive magical treasure that was extremely suitable for him. The true body talisman of the day and night wandering god had already damaged its foundation. He heard that big brother Li Baoping was currently studying in the North Continent to see if it could be repaired. After that, whether the Li family would take back the talisman or keep it for Chen Pinggan would be up to Li Shisheng. Although Kui Dongshan had vaguely reminded him to draw a clear line with the Li family of Fortune Street outside of the little treasure bottle, Chen Pinggan was still willing to be close to Li Shisheng. There were also 3 faces carefully made by Zhu Lian. They were the faces of a young man, and an old man. Although they could not fool Earth Immortal cultivators, they were more than enough to traverse the Jianghu. There was also Li Huai's elder sister, Li Liu, who was liked by both Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing. She should be cultivating in the Lion Peak of the North Continent now. It was time for him to visit this family of 3. Then, he would personally explore the route into the sea. This was an exchange with the Daoist sect's master Lu Chen. Of course, Lu Chen did not even discuss it with Chen Pinggan. But no matter what, this was an open scheme. Chen Pinggan would not shirk from it. In the future, the opportunity for the green-robed child, Chen Lingjun, to attain Dao would depend on whether this route was smooth or not. Flood dragons, pythons, fish demons, and the like. Traversing the river was never a simple matter. The Eel River demon in the Tongyi continent had its path blocked by the buried river goddess. It was unable to ascend to the Golden Core realm. Of course, there were people and things that he wanted to meet. There were also people that he did not want to meet. For example, He Xiaoyong, the fairy of the Shen Ao sect. When he thought of this Daoist sect's female champion who was once the most blessed in the Aquarius continent, he felt that compared to Tongyi continent's Yao Jinji, Baihu River's water goddess Xiao Luan, and Juchai Island's Liu Zhongruan added together, she gave Chen Pinggan a headache. He only hoped that he would not touch her. Chen Pinggan roughly finished packing his luggage for this trip to the north. He let out a long sigh. He could not help but think of the serious Zhu Lian. His elegance was unparalleled. It was unimaginable that the young Zhu Lian was a banished deity in the lotus flower-blessed land. Zhu Lian wandered over to the house and found that his silly daughter, Senta Yuanji, was still practicing her fists. It was just that her fists were unstable. She was forcing herself to hold on. She was clumsy and was not likable. With a tap of his toes, he leaped over the wall and landed in the courtyard. He said, "Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. When you practice boxing, you only know how to release and not retract. This is very troublesome. Practicing boxing is like cultivating the mind. It's good to be willing to endure hardships, but if you don't know how to control the intensity and propriety, the more you practice, the more you'll die. You'll train until you're stupid. How can you let your fists grow?" His words were not very polite. It was similar to how Chen Pinggan told Senta Yuanji that her fists were not good. It was one thing for Senta Yuanji to be with the young master of Luopa Mountain, but it was another thing for old immortal Zhu. She was convinced and immediately began to admit her mistakes. Zhu Lian nodded. "Anyway, it is good that you can endure hardships by yourself. But since you are a registered disciple of Luopa Mountain, you must think highly of yourself. You might as well go to the top of Luopa Mountain to practice your fists from time to time. Look at the magnificent scenery around you. Keep telling yourself, who said that a woman's heart can't hold the beautiful mountains and rivers? Who said that a woman can't reach the top of martial arts and overlook the heroes of Jianghu?" Senta Yuanji's mind swayed and tears filled her eyes. After all, she was a girl from the Nyan family. On Luopa Mountain, it was no wonder that she respected old immortal Zhu the most. He not only saved her from the fire and water, but also gave her such a martial arts future. After that, he treated her like a kind elder. How could Senta Yuanji not be moved? She wiped her tears and said in a trembling voice, "I will remember every word Senior said." Zhu Lian reminded her and was about to leave. Senta Yuanji hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Senior, why do you have to endure humiliation in Luopa Mountain?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "How can I endure humiliation?" Senta Yuanji was shy and embarrassed to say those words. It was not that she was too afraid of the young mountain master, but she was afraid that her words would hurt old immortal Zhu's face. Zhu Lian pointed at Senta Yuanji. "Fortune favors fools. Just like this, it's good. You don't need to change it. Well, it's best not to change it. Keep it, the longer the better. Our Luopa Mountain should have someone like you. Center Yung smiled slightly. Old immortal Zhu didn't say a few words to her. Even if he beat and scolded her, it would be with good intentions. Center Yung asked, Senior, are you used to living here? Zhu Lian nodded and said, Savages are used to living in the mountains. I am a lazy person. I am used to it. I can't be more comfortable. Center Yung praised sincerely, Senior is really a free cloud and a wild crane. Zhu Lian rubbed his chin. The feng shui of Luopa Mountain is a bit strange. Zhu Lian didn't jump over the wall this time. He opened the door and left. Center Yung locked the door and gently clenched her fist, murmuring, Center Yung, I must live up to old immortal Zhu's expectations. Practicing martial arts is tough. I have to be diligent and flexible. Zhu Lian didn't return to the house directly. Instead, he went to the peak of Luopa Mountain and sat on the steps. He shook the empty wine pot and remembered that there was no more wine. No matter, he just had to wait for the sunrise. Zhu Lian suddenly looked over and saw an unexpected person. It was the barefoot old man who rarely left the bamboo house, Kui Cheng. Zhu Lian stood up and greeted him with a smile. Kui Cheng slowly climbed up and gestured for Zhu Lian to sit down. Zhu Lian plopped down. Kui Cheng and Zhu Lian sat side by side. He had brought 2 pots of wine with him and threw one to Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian opened the mud seal and drank a mouthful. He smiled and said, If young master knew that you secretly dug out 2 pots of wine, he wouldn't dare to blame you. Instead, he would scold me for stealing. Kui Cheng said expressionlessly, if Chen Pinggan didn't like someone, he wouldn't even say a word. Zhu Lian nodded. That's true. Kui Cheng looked into the distance and asked casually, Zhu Lian, since you don't have the Lotus Flower Blessed Land's Heavenly Dao bottleneck, why do you still deliberately walk so slowly? Zhu Lian put down the 2 pots of wine, one on the left and one on the right. He leaned back and rested his elbows on the ground. Languid, he said, living like this is the most comfortable. Kui Cheng asked again, Chen Pinggan isn't bad, but is he worthy of your treatment? Zhu Lian was still frivolous in the face of a peak 10th level martial artist's question. I'm willing. I'm happy. Kui Cheng wasn't angry. He would just give him a few more punches when he returned to the bamboo house. Kui Cheng smiled. You've always been showing your face to others. Even hiding it from your young master. Zhu Lian chuckled. In my hometown, I relied on my face to make a living. I've eaten too much. Let's forget about it now. I'm old and have to admit that I'm old. It's not good to let the young ladies worry about me. Kui Cheng shook his head and left. There was really nothing to talk about with this kind of guy. If it wasn't for Zhu Lian's words on the first floor of the bamboo house, Kui Cheng wouldn't have made this trip to deliver this pot of wine. After Kui Cheng left, Zhu Lian simply leaned back and rested his head on his hands. He closed his eyes to rest. When the sun was about to rise, Zhu Lian slowly sat up. There was no one around. He stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them against his temples. He gently lifted the skin of his face to reveal his true face. Wei Pai appeared beside Zhu Lian without anyone noticing. He lowered his head and glanced at Zhu Lian. He sighed. I feel ashamed of my own inferiority. Zhu Lian covered his face and pretended to be shy. He imitated Pei Qian's tone. I'm so embarrassed. Wei Pai also left after holding it in for a long time. He only said, disgusting. Zhu Lian laughed heartily and stood up. He straightened his back and put his hands behind his back. The sun rose from the eastern sea, illuminating Zhu Lian with radiance. He looked like an immortal among immortals. Zhu Lian quickly covered his face again. After carefully combing it, he carried 2 pots of wine and walked down the mountain. Center Yung was practicing her boxing while climbing the mountain. When she saw the stooped old senior, she almost broke her fist intent and stopped to greet him. But when she thought of their heart-to-heart talk last night, Center Yung forced herself to take a deep breath. She maintained her fist intent and continued to punch. Zhu Lian nodded and brushed past her. Center Yung didn't stop until she reached the top. She turned around and saw a thin figure as small as a grain of rice. The girl thought that when a man like old immortal Zhu was young, even if he wasn't handsome enough, he must have been liked by many girls. When Zhu Lian arrived at Pei Qian and Chen Ruchu's house, the girl in pink was already busy. Pei Qian must still be sleeping in. In her words, the best friend in the world is the bedding at night. The most difficult opponent in the world is the bedding in the morning. Fortunately, she was clear about gratitude and hatred. After Zhu Lian greeted Chen Ruchu with a smile, he knocked on the door. Pei Qian woke up in a daze and asked, "Who is it?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master has already left Luo Po Mountain." Pei Qian's heart tightened and he suddenly said angrily, "Old Chef Zhu, master will leave by tomorrow's cross-continent ferry. Who are you trying to fool?" Zhu Lian said, "Then you can continue to sleep." Pei Qian sat on the bed in a daze and then scolded, "Old Chef Zhu, don't run. If you have the ability, you can fight me with both hands and legs. You can't even blink. Eat my crazy sword technique." "I don't have the ability." Zhu Lian left. Pei Qian didn't know whether to sleep or not. He could only roll around on the bed and hit the bedding with all his strength. On this day, Chen Pinggan left Luo Po Mountain at noon. He took Pei Qian with him and chatted with Zheng Dafeng at the mountain gate for a while. In the end, Zheng Dafeng disliked this pair of master and disciple and drove them away. Now that the construction of the mountain gate was about to be finished, Zheng Dafeng was very busy, which made Pei Qian very angry. After that, Chen Pinggan took Pei Qian to the small town. First, they went to his parents' graves. Then, that night, they stayed at the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley as if they were keeping vigil. After dawn, he didn't let Pei Qian follow him and went directly to the Immortal Ferry in Oxhorn Mountain. Wei Pai followed him and boarded the cross-continent ferry at Skeleton Beach. He told Pei Qian in his heart, "There may be someone who wants to see you on the way. In Dali, you are considered to have a very honorable status." Chen Pinggan understood in his heart, but he was still a little suspicious. He looked at Wei Pai and the latter nodded gently. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can handle it." Wei Pai said, "Of course I'm not worried. After all, it's the territory of Beiyu." After Wei Pai's figure disappeared, Chen Pinggan ignored the complicated eyes around him and went to the cabin on the top floor. Chen Pinggan went to the room and came to the railing of the observation deck. The ferry rose slowly. Chen Pinggan was wearing a green robe, carrying a sword fairy on his back and a blade cultivating gourd on his waist. He looked down at the land, mountains, and rivers of the former territory of the Black Pearl Cave. Everything was in his eyes. He was going to be thousands of miles away from home again. On a cliff surrounded by clouds, from top to bottom, there were 4 big words, Tiankai Shenxiu. A woman in green with a ponytail and a little charcoal sat on the first horizontal line of the word Tian side by side. Pei Qian shook his legs that were hanging outside the cliff and said with a smile, "Sister Xiuxiu, these 2 bags of fried dough twists are delicious, right? They are crisp and crispy. Master bought them in a very, very far place." Ruan Xiu also smiled and nodded, "Delicious. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,